that microphone is on. Welcome, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board tonight. Of course, you're watching a VolcanoX live stream, even though it doesn't have a banner on the screen tonight. I figured we'll just start without one. Actually, I forgot to put it on there. Anyway, oh no, I did, or did I? No, I didn't put it on this page. I was going to do something with the banner. It's all right. We'll do things, and we'll show you on the other one later, soon. Not too much later. Anyway, welcome everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and of course, we are going to have a wonderful show tonight. I do have a subscriber mode only turned on, so it is on for a 3-hour period. So if someone is trying to get in, I am going to say you will have to subscribe and wait 3 hours before you can get in tonight, unfortunately. And of course we're forced to do that because of you know, there's spammers out there. And actually, when DJ mentioned spam, I realized that when I went shopping last time, they had fresh, well, canned spam there. And the guy was just putting it on the shelf, and I figured I'm going to grab a can. I haven't had a spam for a while, so I'm going to have a spam and cheese sandwich during one of my breaks here. And we'll see how well that goes. Anyway, welcome to everyone. Glad to have you all on board today. And of course, let's start out with handing out the cookies to the first person in today. And the first person in was Sasha. Sasha made it in. Sasha, I'm curious, how did you know that the stream was up that quick? Did you get notified? That's what I'm curious about, because everyone else seemed to be just a little bit lagged getting in here, and you seem to be almost 30 seconds ahead of everyone. So, no? Oh, well then how the heck did you do that? Because I am really curious how you just timed it. All right, well, that is a Monty Python spam. Welcome, Gary. And first, yeah, before we get going, let's welcome our wonderful moderators. Arizona Snowman hiding in the background. Piggy is also lurking, hiding in her background, and she is confined to her sty because of her issues and so on. But we also have a C&D Boy on board, as well as Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and Joseph Fields, Texas is also here. So we are loaded up with all kinds of good moderators, and we'll see if Hammy the Hamster gets those guys before the moderators can even see them. So we'll see what we've got going on. Anyway, if Piggy happens to be sleeping, we'll let her sleep. If she happens to be in the background listening, and just want to say hugs, Piggy, and hopefully you are doing all right. So I know it wasn't our conversation about it earlier there, you weren't too happy with the way things are, but hey, give it a time, and we know it will eventually get a little better. So hang in there, Piggy, and things will be okay. Anyway, welcome to everyone, and of course Sasha was number one, so welcome. And DJ Puff, DJ Puff the Third is here. And let's see, Sue Hayes is on board. Welcome, Sue. Kevin Haynes, Henry Nelson, Hermione and Fluffy, and Grandma B, and Brian Perfectability 999, And our wonderful Wonky Donkey Trevor, welcome. And Sophie is in the house, as well as Sarah Miles, Tom Dice, and wonderful Pepper, who's drooling because Tom's eating a Swiss burger in front of her. And let's see, who else we got in here? Linda Schoof, welcome. Glad to have you on board. Scrolling up, looking for more. We got Sarah already. We got Sophie. Okay, scrolling. A lot of chatting going on, which is absolutely wonderful. And we will keep going up here, looking for more good names. Michelle is in the house as well. Welcome. Good to have you here. And let's see, who else we've got? We got Linda, we got Brian. And scrolling up, looking for more wonderful people. And we will find them. And they are in here somewhere. Let's see. Lots of chatting, though. Lots of chatting, and that is good. Eddie Oturo, welcome. Buenos dias, or Buenas noches, or whatever it is. Glad to have you on board. And let's see, who else we've got in here. Still scrolling up, looking for more wonderful names. And let's see, just scrolling up very quickly. Diane is in the house. Welcome, Diane. Glad to have you on board. And of course, our wonderful Irish monk is here as well. And that is good there. Welcome, Irish monk. Hope things are okay at your place. And scrolling up a little bit more and looking for more. And I've scrolled up as far as I can, and I don't see anyone else right now. Maybe at the bottom we'll see more. And even if we don't, we're okay with that. We will see you. If I did not call your name out, and we will make sure that when we see if we try to say hi to you. Anyway, I don't do it on purpose. It's just one of those things. It happens when we scroll up, and we sometimes miss a name or two. And don't be offended, please. And on those friendly notes, what the heck is going on in the world? Well, I mentioned earlier in the chat there that we had an M6.2 earthquake and just off of the coast of Guadeloupe. And that shook things. Calling your name, can't you hear me? Calling your name. What song is that? Oh, I know. It's called Calling Your Name, a DJ. Anyway, that is all cool. So, otherwise, we don't have too much new stuff. At least not that I was aware of. I was scanning around looking for, where we have the multitudes of magma spilling out. No lava to be found pretty much anywhere. And it is one of those things, quiet day. But hey, let's not worry about that too much. Hey, Mona Alfano was here. And Sebastian Machu, greetings from Slovenia. Okay, welcome, Sebastian, and good to have you on board. And let's see if we can get over to the right page here. And let's have a look and see what we've got cooking there in Hawaii. Of course, what we're seeing on the screen is from a little bit earlier today, 5:42 a.m., the lava pond that is in our wonderful Kilauea's crater, which is Halemaumau, if I said it right, Halemaumau. And yeah, that's I guess that's what we call it. Anyway, looking at some of the stuff that we have, and that was one of the photos. Let's see if we can make that bigger. Hang on. Is it that one? or this one? No, I think, oh, I think that got, oh, I see what I did. I have to pull that up a little bit. There we go. And that'll get it squared up a little bit. This was at 4:20 a.m. That view. Unfortunately, all kinds of smoke, and that is what's been happening there. The wind is blowing in a certain direction, of course, kind of hiding things for us. There is the current picture, and that is what we're seeing. It looks like we have a little bit more lava in the old lava pond, which is very interesting. I'm still looking at this pile of rubble on the side here. Oh, hang on, my mouse isn't showing up. We need to get Mr. Mouse, or hang on, it's a hamster. Hammy the hamster. There we go. This pile of rubble on the side, of course, that is recent, and I don't know exactly when that happened, but that, of course, was something that broke off from up here and piled up down here. So very interesting to see that. Perhaps a small tremor caused it or something. Anyway, can't see what's going on in the background. Let's take a look at the thermal. This was the one from 4:10 a.m. And we will take a look down on the bottom here. This area here, of course, what we noticed yesterday being lit up in this shot is not lit up anymore, so it is cooling down. And let's refresh that guy, and it has cooled down even more according to this. And there we can see some of the outflows that we had during the night as this lava pond that it's developed here. The berms are being breached on it, of course, and we see a little bit there, and on these sides, a tiny bit right there. But I think that one was the biggest one that we've seen. Didn't see too much else, unfortunately. Yep, the pinkish is a cooler material, so the pink, of course, when you look at your chart on the side here, you can see, you know, that's a lot cooler. Although 200 degrees Celsius is not really that cold, I wouldn't be touching it if I were you. So don't go wandering out there and try to grab a piece. You may find yourself sinking waist deep in some hot magma, and that's not going to be a good day for you, for sure. Anyway, yeah, crayfish, they go that color when they're cooked, and I guess that is about it. At 200 degrees Celsius does that to you. So, yeah, and let's take a look at the other one. This, of course, from 4 a.m., a nice looking shot of the lava lake there from our B1 cam that they have out there, and we will try to square that up just a little, and there we go. So that looks not bad. Don't see any extra lava pots or openings anywhere on this side, which is already confirmed by the thermal anyway. And let's refresh that one. And this is the current image. And of course, you can see that there were places here where it had flowed out, and we see some more lower berm edges, if you will. And that's going to continue to happen as this area up top here, of course, is building itself up higher, and then every once in a while you see a little bit pouring out in various directions. So that is what we see. We do see a Pig Island over here. It is still intact and doing its thing. So pretty interesting to see that, and I don't see too much else. A little bit of smoke from this point over here in this corner, but other than that, really not a heck of a lot going on there. And of course, that was from this morning, and the other image is too smoky, I bet. Oh, actually, that one wasn't that bad. The last one I looked at was completely whited out with smoke. So that is what we've got going on in Hawaii right now. And if we go over to our earthquake map, I just want to have a peek at that, and actually go in and take a look at the Hawaiian earthquakes while we're looking at it. And we'll run through those real quick. And of course, Kilauea, because it's active, there are 2 quakes in there. We had a 2.2 from yesterday from 1835 that they're showing, and they've got a 1.8 from 2014 yesterday, and that one's 5.9 kilometers below sea level. The other one was 7.4. A few other quakes out here from today, 6 a.m., 40 kilometers down for this guy, a little deeper than normal. And let's just grab some of these other ones here just to run through them. 11:35 for this one, 30 clicks down. This one is 1.7 from 7:03 a.m., 31.8 clicks down. These are in the Pahala Air region, so 2.0, 8:56 a.m., 33.3 kilometers down. Couple smaller ones here, 1.7 from 9:20, 31.6 clicks down. And then we've got this one here, which is 1.9 from 9:14, 32.5 kilometers down. This one's a little bigger, 3.0, and that came in at 3:32, and that was 31.9 clicks down. This one, 2.1, 14:43 was the time on it, 30.5 clicks down. And 2.2 from 10:42, 31.1 clicks down. 2.1, 20:59 was the time on it yesterday, and 32.5 kilometers down. And then we've got this one, and that is 2.0 yesterday's as well, 20:48. And this one yesterday's as well from 21:17 and 2.2. So not that much happening there, and that is kind of what we've seen there. What I was mentioning about the big one here, Guadalupe area, and just off the coast, and we see that is a sizable quake. 4:23 a.m. and that was at 130 or 166.4 kilometers down. So that gives you a pretty good idea. Luckily, it's on the west side of the island. Most of the residents are over here on the east side. So most of the people would probably have not felt as much because of the mountainous region in the way, but still 6.2 is quite a sizable shaker, and I'm sure that they would have felt tremors in all of these islands out here, whether it be the Virgin Islands or whichever one, Dominica, and over here St. John's and Barbuda and stuff like that. So St. Kitts and Nevis and those places. Martinique probably would have felt a little bit as well, just to give you an idea of where that was. So that's kind of what was going on there, and I didn't see too many other big ones on the list. We have our standard ones, but oh, hang on, there's a big one. I didn't see this one till just now. 6.8, and that is in Argentina. Let's zoom in a little bit and take a look and see exactly where that is. So near San Miguel, Argentina, and hopefully not too many people in the close proximity there. And definitely a sizable quake, 6.8. And that was from 1509 today, 610 kilometers down for that one. So very big guy. Jello, you lovely people. Oh, hello, you lovely people. You won an award in Uruguay today for looking after me excellent Irish monk, and hopefully you'll be all right, and hang in there, buddy. Hang in there. And anyway, that's to start things out, just to have a quick peek at what the bigger news is, because we don't really have any big volcano news happening. So let's get you back over to Hawaii for a second. And why did Hawaii stop? Oh, that's because we're on the picture, we're not on the video. Oh, let me go fix that. And where is Hawaii? That's no wonder it wasn't moving. There we go. I want to see if it's working, or if we still got smoke showing in the live shot. Yeah, way too much smoke. This is live, by the way. So we know the fire is right in there, but very difficult to see, unfortunately. So that is what it is. We're going to leave there, though, and what we're going to do is we're going to go over to Yvonne's favorite place, and of course that is over to Mount Etna. And the reason I'm going to Mount Etna is not because of the quakes and happenings there, but because we have a new video from Active Nature. And Michael was up on Etna, and I don't know exactly when he filmed it, but he of course does a pretty good job with his videos. I am going to pin it up there. For those people who have not yet subscribed to Active Nature, please consider subscribing. He has some awesome videos on his website or on his channel, and I really do encourage you to pop over there and have a look. So let's take a look at his video. First off, let's just look at the live right now, and this is what we were seeing from Etna today, and it's not a lot of activity. And we do have, a report from earlier from, we'll show you that, but anyway, or do we? Hang on, did I get a report for Etna? No, I didn't either, and never mind. Don't worry about that report thing. That's what it was looking like earlier, so very poor visibility. But let's go over and have a look at this wonderful video. Silversmith, welcome and good evening to you. So over at Mount Etna, this is what our good friend Michael, Active Nature, recorded. And I will be quiet and let you guys listen, because there is a sound, and we'll go from there. And don't fall in that hole. Yeah, it's actually pretty awesome looking. That's a lot of lava moving. Welcome, Phil. Yep, Active Nature's stuff. If you haven't subscribed yet, I recommend you do. Hey, Amelia, Sixth Sense Amelia, welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. It's amazing how that lava moves down that hill so slowly. It's like goo. Wow, Irish Monk, thank you for gifting those 5 membership pack there. And that is awesome. Okay, and that was that video. So I don't know what you guys thought of that. That is a pretty wild, and I thought that was a pretty darn nice video. And I will be happy to show that again in a little while. We'll go through, and maybe after our break or something, and I'll throw that guy back in. But like I said, right now visibility is poor, very poor there in Sicily, and this was at what is that? That is 5 p.m. That's what it was looking like at 5 p.m. For them, and very stormy and rainy, and no visibility, and perhaps even snowing up on top there. And yes, for those who have not subscribed, please do consider subscribing to Active Nature. I've pinned that link at the top of the chat, and that is very awesome. And I want to say thank you, Irish Monk, for popping that wonderful 5-pack of gift membership there. And I see Raymond Bensler, Dave Kruk, Darren Peterson, and it's LOL, Super Kitty 2, Dave and Claire, I got that one. And then Juggernaut, not sure, I haven't seen Juggernaut, I think once or twice in here, but not recently. Anyway, that is all good, and thank you for popping that in. Also, welcome to Amelia, to be able to see you back, and nice to have you on board from New Zealand, and nice that you're here, Amelia. And we've got one bunny that was just eating, so that is all cool, and hopefully that bunny had enough food to make his tummy full, and he's a nice looking bunny. I'm not sure which one that is. I think that might be LB, that just finished having some fresh grub, and that is pretty awesome. And Phil says, hello Doc, Sue, Sasha, and Grandma B, Irish, Monk, and Hermione, and all. And welcome, Phil, glad to have you on board. Anyway, that is what we were seeing there, and I thought it looked pretty awesome to be able to see that video, and I'm very happy with the way that looks, so pretty cool. And let's maybe take a sneak peek over in Iceland to see how they are doing there. And we'll get to that. Let's switch it over, and we'll get that started. 50 people say hello to 50 Shades of Orange. That is awesome. And that is really cool. Okay, I'm going to get that other one back to live before I leave them be. And we will continue on with our other stuff. And let's, where is my Iceland disappeared again? Holy Batman, things are disappearing. Anyway, not too friendly looking there in wonderful Reykjavik, but it's warmer and a lot warmer. For those who are not familiar with the fact that they are sometimes getting some really warm temperatures, there is the temperature right now in Reykjavik, 6 degrees Celsius, and I think their winter has come to an end, or at least a temporary interruption. And a lot of that snow is melting and things like that. Let's go back a little bit in during the day. I know it was raining there earlier, so that was pretty wild. And you can see some of that snow on the roofs is disappearing, and definitely that rain is washing the snow away. Not that great for them, but hey, it's going to happen eventually. Hey, Piggy is here. Welcome, Piggy. I'm glad to have you on board, and oink oink to you, and hopefully you are feeling okay. And anyway, let's carry on with what we're seeing. We can't see the mountains very well in the background during that shot, and that is kind of what we've got, unfortunately. And let's see. Yep, YouTube is letting me go back 16 hours now on that one, which is pretty awesome. So we can almost span an entire day. That is really cool. And we'll get back into the earlier hours of the morning. And there you can see at 10:19 a.m. And that is what it looked like there. And they did have lights on because it was so dismal looking. And it was raining at the time, so pretty awesome. Anyway, putting it back to live, there it is, and of course it is 27 minutes after the midnight hour, so they are already in the future, same as what Piggy is, and many of the others over on the other side. This other screen here seems to be buffering, and I don't know why. I'm not going to worry about it. We do know that they've been having some problems with that guy. You know, the way it looks right there, we unfortunately can't see too much. Yep, and it's a 2:28. There we go. Thank you for the 2-minute warning and the 3-minute warning, and I had a 5-minute warning, so everybody is warning me. And anyway, let's take a look at some of the other stuff that we couldn't see. And we'll go over here and take a look at this one. And this, of course, is supposed to be Katla. And yeah, we're stopped short, really short. We can see maybe about 1 kilometer, and that's it. So definitely got some problems there. And that is what we are seeing for Katla. Hang on, I got to do this. And gotta type something in here. Of course, it is customary for me to do this. I need to. It's part of my job. Just to keep Piggy happy. And there, just getting that going. All right, and there you go, Piggy. And just so you feel welcomed here the way you're supposed to. And you are anyway, so we do enjoy that. Anyway, the day did not look so well, and later on the view got even less. And I'm not going to consider, I think that might be 100 meters or so that you can see there. Not very good. So it is what it is. LOL. Hope I got padding. Yeah, well, we're going to, I was going to throw the padding in during vacancy time. So hopefully you'll get some new bales there. I think that Hunga Tonga eruption has affected weather patterns. It's been weird here. Rained almost every day since October, 10 degrees colder than usual. Actually, Amelia, that's not quite correct. Hunga Tonga actually warmed things up. But this year it is La Nina. And La Nina turns the trade winds the other way. So that means that everything over on the other side, Northern Australia, New Zealand, and the Philippines and Indonesia, they get much heavier. What? I'm late for my date? Oh no, I'm talking too much. That's the problem. Let's quickly go do the other one here, and then I'm going to take the break. And of course, I will show you how miserable the weather was, and then we'll put you back to some lovely lava. This is all we could see. We couldn't see anything of our steam geysers or the power plant or the tower or anything. It's all hidden, and that is the poor visibility from what we've got there right now. If we go ahead a little bit, we do see the lights of the power plant for during the night, and the big beam from the lighthouse, and that is it. Putting that back to live, we do see it did clear up. We do see the towers back there and the lights of Grindavik and the power plant, but no daytime shot whatsoever. Anyway, it is a time for me to go take that break. And wonderful Yvonne Kunkel, glad to have you on board, Yvonne. Nice to see you. And let's put you guys back over to our Kilauea, and we'll see if we can get you there. And I know that picture isn't doing all that well either, but we'll fix that in a second or two. And I'm working on getting these other ones back to where they should be, so we can continue on with that. And let's see. So, yeah. Kilauea is really that smoke just drives me crazy, but let's go back there. This is 5:49 a.m. is what we were seeing there, so a little bit of lava on the screen, and we'll do our thing. For those good people who are here, please, if you haven't hit the like button already, give it a quick bop and help us out that way. Also, if you're new and you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. We do have a subscriber mode only on, and it is turned on for 3 hours. And that is, you won't be able to join the chat for a 3-hour period. The stream will likely end before you'd be able to get in if you're subscribed right now. But that is what we've got going. And Sophie says 50,000 years ago the comet was here. 50,000 years ago? I'm sure it was. Anyway, let's turn on some music. I'm going for that break. Keep smiling and play nice in the lava. And I will be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Maybe thinking about that spam sandwich. I am kind of hungry. I'll be back, you guys. Don't worry. We'll be back soon. Thanks. boy, did I time that right. I just finished eating that sandwich and had a drink. Wow. That is awesome. Okay, you guys, for those good people who are here, I did have to play that again. And thanks for the welcome backs from Sue and Sasha and Thor. Welcome, Thor. And Sophie and Kevin. And I got the hiccups. And welcome, Mona Alfano. And thank you, Hermione and Fluffy. And I think we're good. Anyway, just figured, thanks, Ken and Aska's Country, and welcome. I figured I'd show that one real quick for Yvonne, just to make sure that she understands that, yeah, there is some lava flowing, and that was from active nature. Pardon me. And for those who haven't yet subscribed to Active Nature, of course, we have the link pinned up in the top of the chat. And thanks, Johnny Gonzalez. Welcome back. Glad to have you on board. And to be lucky to be a few thousand kilometers away. Yep, and hopefully you'll get back there, Yvonne, and we'll see. You got to do good videos like that. Thanks, Nancy Buchanan. Glad to have you on board here. So, anyway, I figured I'd throw that back on. I did say I was going to play that again for you guys. So, there it is, and that looks pretty cool. Anyway, going back to Hawaii for a minute while I get myself figured out here what I'm going to do next. And we did take a look at Iceland. We were going to take a look at the harmonic tremor charts for Iceland, and I have to cough again. Hang on here. I think some of that sandwich wasn't quite out of my mouth yet, and while I'm chatting, it choked me. It happens. Anyway. No worries. That'll teach me for trying to eat and do things that multitask too many times. Anyway, this is our harmonic tremor chart for Fragile Fuel tonight. Yeah, I do need to be careful. I need to have another drink of Pepsi. Just hang on for half a second. There, that's better. Katla's 6 tons. Katla's 6 tons? Well, how many more do we need before we get an eruption? And for those who are wondering what she means by Katla is 6 tons, that's 6 tons of energy, and that is showing there as far as, yeah, many. Yeah. Thanks, Yvonne. I'm glad that we're looking at it that way. And yeah, we need a whole bunch more than we got. 6 tons is nice, but I'd like to see a times 10 at least, and we'll see. Lucas, welcome, and glad to have you on board. Hope it's not a COVID. No, it is sandwich related. It wasn't a COVID. Trying to inhale a sandwich too quickly. It doesn't work. By the way, we have our second bunny come and eating. Anyway, looking at what we see though, we did see a tremendous rise, and then we've seen a massive drop off again, and we do see a quake in here, that little point going up. So we're going to take a look and see what we see on some of the other charts. And yeah, the rise was very interesting to see that, but it was all across the board. It wasn't, it's a spam related. You got it, a wonky donkey, a spam and cheese, and actually tasted pretty darn good. I like that. Sandwiches can be more dangerous than COVID. Yes, they can. Especially if consumed the wrong way. Anyway, let's go down. I don't think, well, I just want to show the other charts here as well. You see some of them going up. Katla is 9.1 Pepsi on the PPS scale. Irish Monk, Thank you kindly for that wonderful super chat. The PPS scale, huh? Thank you for the £9 there, or €9. That is awesome. And thank you very kindly. Anyway, let's cruise down. Just so you can see, a lot of them are going upward. So this is not just in our Fragedalfjord area, unfortunately, and that is a shame. Now, what we did notice is Grimsey did go up a little bit, but nowhere near as much as what we seen over at Fragedalfjord. So let's go take a look at Grindvik's chart is still not working. Anyone from Iceland here, please go kick that sensor. And anyway, let's go take a look at the other one from Kristevik, and we'll see what it is doing. And let's see if we can find it real quick. Going, and almost there. And there is the Kristevik one. And the Kristevik, of course, because it is set on the wrong spot, it shows a tremendous amount going all the way up, but it also showed more activity there. And I'm kind of wondering, are we getting something at Kristevik that is just a very recent ongoings? So that quake happened, and then all of a sudden we're seeing something up top there. It makes a guy wonder what the heck is going on. And let's see, some of the other charts did go up as well. Let's see, I don't think we've got anything else in here that's going to tell us what's going on. This one looks like it's gone a little bit on the wonky side as well. And no, I think we're okay for now. Let's move that back to Fragedalfjord so we can check that one in the future. And that should be just about right there. So, all right, let's take a look at the earthquakes. We do know we had a bunch of quakes, not a large number, mind you, but we did have a bunch of quakes there in Iceland that were in strategic locations. So let's take a look. And you see what's happening at Katla. We do have a bunch of quakes there, and hence the reason for the seismic energy going up to 6 tons as per Yvonne. And let's take a look here real quick. Down on the end of the peninsula, of course, the lighthouse area is right there, and the camera is mounted in that position. That's what we see that one stream from. Anyway, there's a 0.7 there, not very large, 3.6 kilometers down, happened at 1724. And then when we look at the rest of the peninsula, it is very quiet. And there's our Keflavik Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Jarvik. And if we look over there, Grindavik, and those two towers are located right there. And of course, the wonderful Blue Lagoon and the power plant and Yvonne's favorite hotel. And then we slide over and take a look at our wonderful area for Ragnar. And there's Ragnar and Siggy Fisher right there in Fragedalfjord area. You can kind of see the outline of that particular area, but we don't have any quakes in there at all. And then we move a lot further. Kristevik is here, and we move a lot further to the east or northeast, and we see some new stuff 30 minutes after their new midnight, which is about 25 minutes ago. 1.2, 10.9 kilometers down, and here's a couple stacked right up, and that's a 0.5 and a 0.8. The 0.8 is 10 kilometers down from 41 minutes after midnight, so a very, very fresh quake. This 0.5 is about the same, and 10.3 kilometers down for him. Then an older one here from 10:43 a.m., 0.6, 4.2 kilometers down for that guy. Sliding over a little bit more, we see this 0.368 kilometers down, 1:38 a.m. there. And moving over a little bit more, there's Hekla up there. And of course, then we have this one here, 8:05 a.m., 1.15 in magnitude, 6.8 kilometers down. Then a 0.5, 4.9 clicks down, 17:35 was the time for him. And then we go take a look at what's happening in the Katla area. And there's Katla with a few quakes, sizable at that. Let's grab the stuff on the outside first here. From 1838, 0.1, 5.2 kilometers down. Then we've got this one, 0.85, and that is 858 meters down. According to them, 1437 was the time on it. We've got a 2.03, basically a surface quake, 135 meters down, and 2:03 a.m. For him. And let's zoom in a little bit more, grab some of these other ones. 0.52, 15.8 kilometers down, 6:54 a.m. for that one. A 1.4, 21 kilometers down, and 5:45 a.m. Then we've got a 2.04 surface quake again, 135 meters down, 5:49 a.m. Next guy over, 2.18, a surface quake again, 135 meters down, 6:06 a.m. And then we've got over here a 1.3, and this is only 144 meters down, 6:06 a.m. And then we've got this 2.37, and that is only 69 meters down, and that is 8:08 this morning. So definitely something going on. Thank you, Piggy, for the 5-minute warning. And that gives you a pretty good idea that we are shaking a little bit, and the energy level has gone up there, but not enough to make an eruption as of yet. Let's take a look at these other ones here. 1.3, 1.1 clicks down, 2200 was the time on that. Then we've got this one, 2:13 a.m., 2.3, and that is 6.2 kilometers down, 0.96, 6.7 kilometers down, 5:06 a.m., and a 1.4, 5 kilometers down from 1750, and that is at our wonderful Grimsbotn right there. So that gives you a pretty good idea what area that is. Nothing up here at Bardabunga today. Let's move a little further to the north. We see this is Astia, and Astia is right there, 0.2, 3.5 kilometers down, 2320 was the time on that one. And then very close to Heatherbright right there, we see a 0.6, 7.5 kilometers down, 1713 is the time on that. And then we've got some new fresh quakes here from 2205, 1 in magnitude, and 6.3 kilometers down. And then we've got a 1.4, 11 kilometers down from 2205. And then we've got a 1.4, 6.6 kilometers down from 2334. And the next one here is 0.93, 3.6 kilometers down, 9:58 a.m. for that guy. And not that many more to go. And let's see, there's 2 here. We got a 1.5, 7.1 kilometers down from 1826. And then a 0.89 from 5.2 kilometers down, and that is at 2:32 this morning. And sliding over, we see a 0.79 and 6 kilometers down, 1:49 a.m. for him. Then we've got a 1.17 here, 9.1 clicks down, 4 a.m. for that guy. And the one closest to Grimsey, and there's our wonderful island of Grimsey. And then, of course, the quake is out here a little bit. And 2.29 is the magnitude. 11.2 kilometers down, and that is from 4:41 a.m. So that's what we got in Iceland, and that is awesome. Dr. Fox, are there any earthquakes up north where you are? They are further north than me, Silversmith, and I will, since it's just about break time, but let's do that real quick just to show you where they are. And just to show you, there I am in Edmonton, and there we see this guy. It's a 3.3 that happened at 1524, 5 kilometers down, and that is north of High Prairie. There is High Prairie, and that is just about straight north by a couple hundred, well, I'd say maybe 100 kilometers north. So that is up there, but I also noticed those other two in British Columbia. We've got one here that would be very close to, is that the one that's by Pink Mountain? 2.75 kilometers down from yesterday at 2304, and I think this one might be the Pink Mountain one, and that is from yesterday as well. No, today's 5:02 a.m. So kind of weird to see that. And yeah, still, why I clicked it? Oh, come on, computer. It's my speedy hamster, forgot to click it or do it right. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. Anyway, there you can see where Edmonton is. There is the 3.3 right there, and then the other two are here. Okay, and just so you see that. But we also had up here in the Northwest Territories a 4.1 from yesterday at 1819, 7 kilometers down. Just to give you a little bit of a heads up on that. Yeah, we do get some quakes here, which is really weird. And yeah, to see those, you can definitely look at the what is it? Our EMS, whatever they call it, the EMSC quake map, and that is in there. You can type in, I believe it's EMEQ, and that is, you are on the right map now. Thanks, Mars 2028. I know that. Yeah, but appreciate that. Thank you. Anyway, I'm going to go take that break, you guys. I'm going to put you back into the lava, and that is a good. What a folk at Etna. Okay, think I have to work for ING, but then I figured Etna would go extended. You know what? You can always, if you go work there, you can always hire me as a helper, Yvonne. I would be happy to go up and down the mountain and do that. I'm not too old for that yet, you know. Anyway, I'm going to go take that break and keep smiling, you guys, and don't go away. And for those who haven't, I don't want that going yet. For those who haven't hit that like button yet, please do hit the like button. Also, if you have not yet subscribed and to the channel, just to let you know, I do have subscriber mode on. I've set for 3 hours. Okay, and that is not because we hate you. That is because we don't like the spammers coming in here. So that we were forced to do that. But we'll see what happens in the future. Hopefully that is a good enough deterrent to get rid of them, and we'll see what we can do for tomorrow's stream. Doctor, it's 2 hours, and the mode? Oh, did I set it for 2 hours on this one? I thought I set it for 3. Oh, I set it for 3 on the other one. Okay, Piggy, no worries. Anyway, we'll keep our eyes open and see what happens. And yeah, Yvonne, like I said, if you need a helper over there, if you go work for ING, INGV or whatever they call themselves, I'll be happy to be your helper. I'll be your Sherpa. On that friendly note, I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes, and then we'll have some bacon seeds. Don't go away, you guys. More to come. Thanks. and got the microphone back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from Nancy Buchanan and Mars 2028. And Sue and Kananaskis Country and Sasha and Kevin and Hermione and Fluffy and holy mackerel, everybody. And thank you, everyone. And all right, who's baking Wonky? Oh, Wonky Donkey is also saying welcome back. Who's baking rice cakes on Mars? And thanks, Johnny. And yeah, that's going to be what we're going to see happening there, and that'll be pretty interesting. That's kind of neat to know, Mars. I didn't realize that rice will grow better in iron-rich soil. So, pretty neat little observation, and we'll see what happens. Anyway, it is a bacon seed time, and I don't know what bacon seeds grow better in, but I do know that I forgot to load up the bales of hay. Hang on here. I got to do that before I forget. And oh boy, oh boy. And we'll see if I can get that big bale. I was going to get this one here because it is important. Let's see if we can load that up real quick. We'll do this. We need to make sure we're doing it in the right place. And we'll load that up at the end of our bacon seeds here. So we do have literally a whole busload of bales for Piggy to choose from. And she will enjoy that. Anyway, lots of bacon seeds for Friday night, and let's see what we can do, and we'll continue on here. This was the last one that we had from yesterday, and we know that Piggy is still feeling like she is stuck there in Piggy jail, but let's see what we can do to help her out and make her feel more comfortable. Anyway, she did send us those wonderful bacon seeds, so we'll continue on with our latest ones. And here, I made this into a little bit of a chuckle, and this was since Piggy sent it to me again today from yesterday as well. It says, officer says, you're a pig, and kind of surprised, and the pig replies, so are you. Ha ha ha. Okay, pretty funny. I thought it was. Anyway, if you didn't get that, that's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It is a wonderful picture, and we were able to work with it, Piggy. So I'm all for it. This is a good, yeah, it is. Anyway, let's get that off the screen before we get arrested. And here's some real bacon seeds, and you gotta admit that is absolutely gorgeous and cute, and that is a Hawaiian flower right beside it. So this must be a Hawaiian pig. I have no idea, but that is definitely a Hawaiian flower, and I remember seeing those in Oahu. A matter of fact, I've got pictures of those from Oahu. So next little bacon seed is this guy here, and another little speckled guy, or actually he looks like he's almost got some racing stripes. Very small little guy. Future luau. Yep, possibly hibiscus. Okay. I'm not a flower guy, so I have no idea what that would have been, but I know this is a bacon seed though, and it's cute, and that is awesome. Thought it was Sue. Okay, and here's the next shot. Look at that big stuffed piggy and the little bacon seed piggy. And that is awesome. Spots all over the place. And that is really a tiny little bacon seed. You gotta love it, you guys. That is awesome. And our next one, maybe our Hawaiian viewers would know, possibly. I haven't seen Kathy or any of them tonight. Maybe they're all at a luau or something. Is there some luau happening in Oahu? More spots. I see spots. Wee seeds. Yep, they are wee seeds. They're babies. They're bacon seeds is what they're supposed to be. And bacon seeds are little. And that's what we see. And wow, eh? I like that little guy. Looks awesome. Dalmatian seed, possibly. And the next one is this one. I think we seen this one the day before as well, but he's got spots, so he fits right in with today's. And there's the mama pig as well, very cool. And on the royal purple, yep. Next bacon seed is this little guy. And he's looking right at you and smiling, and he's got a little bit of a pink on his bopper, and that is pretty good, and very nice looking. Looks like a little bat. Like it. We like it. Unfortunately, 2 pineapples isn't feeling good right now. Let's all wish him a very speedy recovery. Oh, that's too bad. I hope 2 pineapples is it the Lou that's not feeling good, or is it Anna, or are they both not feeling good? I hope both of them get better no matter what. So that would be nice. And here's a little troublemaker sticking his tongue out at us. Lou has Lou had the knee surgery. Okay, I know it was scheduled for somewhere around here just recently, but that would definitely be a little bit of a thing to set you back. And Lou has a knee repairs. Anna has a finger issue. Oh boy, for both of them. I hope they are both okay. I finally shown up just in time for bacon seeds. Full Circle, Florida, welcome, and 2 or 3 days ago. Okay, thanks, Sue. That is awesome. Anyway, awesome looking little bacon seed. We like his little attitude, and that is pretty nice looking. Looks like he's got a buddy right behind him as well. We can sort of see the mouth just right at the shoe. I think he's going for the ankle. He's going for the ankle, and that's what Piggy does. They go for the ankle, and that's what he's doing. A pigitude. Okay, I got it. And yeah, the other one, I guess it's one sticks the tongue out at you. It keeps you busy and occupied, while the other goes for the ankle. And that's how they work it. It's called teamwork. These little rats. I mean, pigs. Wow. Going for the shoe, possibly. I think he's looking for an ankle bite there. There's one over on. Actually, there's 2 of them in the back there. One is at the ankle. You can see the snout bopper on the right-hand side, and the other one is going for the shoe. And maybe they're really going to mangle that ankle. Yeah. It's all while the other one keeps them busy. They're working as teamwork there, you guys. Anyway, next bacon seed, and we've had a few already tonight. And look at this little cutie, and he looks a completely black snout bopper on him. That is pretty awesome. Piggy ankles. There we go. We see that. That is wonderful. And one more to go. And pink socks. Yep, we got one last bacon seed, and that is very cool. And that is this one. And he is multicolored, and he's charging the camera. And he's got a smirk on his face as well. So that is awesome. And thank you very, very much, Piggy, for sending all of these little piggies with pigitude. And that is very kind, and love the whole thing. So, and yep, we can call this one Patches. Stunning, strutting along. Yep, he's coming in to bop the camera to get that close up. Inbound, look out. Yeah. Anyway, that is it for our bacon seeds for today. So very, very cool. Let's get on with looking at a few more volcanoes. We had a look at, of course, our Etna. We had a look at what's happening in Iceland and Hawaii, and next place to go would be the Azores. And we'll get over to the Azores. This is what is happening right now. And looks like that frame is stuck as well tonight. They did, well, 23. No, that can't be stuck, but we see that. Anyway, we are on the island of São Jorge, or if you wish to pronounce it in Portuguese, São Jorge. And there we go. We've got one of the little towns there, as well as one of the harbors. There are multiple harbors there, of course. If you wish to know what it looks like, oh, I had to reload this, so I don't have those pictures loaded up anymore. Darn it. Yeah, I had to reload it because I rebooted the computer because I had another update from, what was it this time? It was the browser update. So I had to load the old file up to get things straightened out again. But anyway, that is what we're seeing there. And of course, hang on, we want to go over to the other one. And there it loaded up at the last frame before we turned into pumpkin from our carriage, and we aren't seeing very much there. I do want to load those other ones back up. Give me a second, just so you guys can see what it looks like during the day. And I do believe I have them. That shouldn't be too hard to find here. 17, where are we? And there we go. This is the one that shows us the daytime shot of that little town and the harbor, and of course across the strait you see Pico Island with a Pico volcano on it, and of course the other shot that of our little cove there. It will give you a little better idea of what the cove looks like, and that is a daytime shot of the cove. And we usually check to see how much water is turning up into whitewash to see how rough the ocean is. But that is what we've got out there, and those two shots are not bad. And that, of course, is what we have when we go here at nighttime. Anyway, let's see what we've got for earthquakes over there. It is loading up. I'm going to make that one wider, and there we go. And for the 19th, we did have one, but we don't have anything for the 20th on this map. Of course, this is for the island of São Jorge only. But the other map does show. I'm going to refresh that one just in case there are some others that we didn't have before, but we're going to refresh it and see. And just checking, we're only showing the one. It is a 3.1, and that is, we'll make that a little bit bigger so we can see where it is located. And you can actually see, I'm going to zoom in a little bit, and there you can see the St. George, Pico Island, Fayal Island, and to the northwest 19 hours ago, a 3.1 quake. That's the only one that we see there. It was 5 kilometers down, came in at 6:26 a.m. Their time, or UTC or GMT, whichever you prefer. And of course, the two islands that have the volcanoes on them that are shown as yellow on our volcano map, of course, is St. George here, as well as Terceira, which is this guy over here, and there's a Terceira volcano. And that is it for there. And 4-minute warning, thank you, Sue. And that is very cool. And let's pop over to our next shot. And of course, it's buffering. Let's look for the twirling volcano. And that even changed quality. How come? Let's go to there we go, and that is what it looks like right now. Unfortunately, we do see one of the looks like maybe the moon or star or something there. Might be Venus, I'm not sure, but let's put it into completely at current time, and 1928 is the time. We do see what is going on there. There's a moving star. It just disappeared. Darn it. It was a UFO. And if we go back, let's see if we can find a couple of little poofs and see what it was doing. This one, oh, hang on. That looked like putting the genie in a bottle. And let's see. And it did plume out for a little while. And this was at 1809. So 6:09 p.m. their time. I am advancing it 5 seconds at a time to speed it up, since it is a very slow moving ejecta, and that gives you a pretty good idea of what it looked like, and as it plumed out. So it did keep going for a little while, but not terribly long. Anyway, the genie in the bottle, if we look at it a few seconds later, there it is, and that's kind of cool looking, I think. I like that shot. That is neat the way it is lit up. So all good. My son Hans is 50 years old today. Wow, and congratulations to him, Nancy. Where did all those years go? Yeah, they move quickly, and congratulations, Nancy. I hope everything is good. Looks like we are getting a second plume out of that. It is still going. Let's see. Yep, it did give a little second burst. So that's kind of neat. We don't usually see that happening from Popocatépetl. Maybe it's learning something from our wonderful Fuego with the second bursts. So, or it just took that long for it to dissipate. But that looks pretty awesome. Anyway, that is what we've got there. What we're going to do is I'm going to take a break, and we will go over the rest of what we've seen at Popocatépetl, and then we will see what else we can come up with. In the meantime, I'm going to put you back into Hawaii and throw you back into Kilauea's caldera. Well, not literally, but you know what I'm saying. We'll get you back over there and let you look at the lava. And let's see if we can find a spot there where there is not so much smoke. And that's a part of the problem. Actually, let's take a look at the live shot for a second. See how it is. Oh, that's live. It's 3:31 in the afternoon there, so not so good. Piggy, where are you? We need your hay bale. I need to load that hay bale for you. You need to see that. Thanks for that reminder. And Piggy, I hope you're here. I do have I didn't know what to do, so I got your whole bus full, okay? A whole bus full of hay bales, and hopefully you can figure out which one you want. And there they are, Piggy, and we can drive them on over to you right away. Piggy, there are your new fresh bales, and I really didn't know what to do, but I thought, we'll give her a bus full of bales and see which one she likes the best. And there's even some square bales there if she wants to do that. So, Piggy, I hope you're good with those bales. I hope you see those. And I'm sorry I forgot all about that. And thank you for reminding me, Sue. Get carried away with my stuff here sometimes. And yeah, so Piggy, I don't know if she fell asleep or what happened, but anyway, she has a whole bus full there to choose from, and I hope she chooses correctly, and hopefully everything is good for her. And I will put this back onto Hawaii, and we'll go do that. And there we go. Click on the right thing. Piggy, if you seen it, school bus gone around and around. Yep, and we'll make sure that she gets a whole load of bales, so she can get new ones in her sty, and just roll them on in, and away you go. Kermit can roll those, and it'll be pretty easy, and you can drive it over to the right spot. All right. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes, you guys, or something like that. Don't go away. Keep smiling. And we'll have more coming. Of course, we're going to look at the rest of Popocatépetl, and then as well as some stuff for Fuego and a few of the other ones. And we'll go from there. And, of course, I'm your host, DrFox2000. Here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And for those who haven't hit the like button yet, please do consider hitting the like. Also, if you are new and you haven't subscribed yet, then please do subscribe. And you can certainly join our chat tomorrow, since apparently I have it set for 2 hours on the chat before we can get in, and that is to keep the bad guys out. Anyway, that's where we're at right now. So don't go away, you guys. Keep smiling, and I'll throw some music on. I'm your host, and I'll be back soon, I hope. I will. I promise. I'll leave that on. Okay, I'll be back. Thanks. So I've got the microphone back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. And I'm your host, DrFox2000 here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Of course, you are watching a VolcanoX live stream. And on the screen we've got Kilauea, which is Halamaumau crater for Kilauea, and doing its thing from earlier this morning. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Sasha and Hermione and Fluffy, and good to hear you, Dr. Fox from Kananaskis country. And John Raper is going night-night, and so is Trev. And Piggy also gone night-night. Good night, Piggy, oink oink. And good night to the other guys as well. Take care, and we'll see you tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow's Saturday, so early stream tomorrow. And that is what we got cooking. And there we go. We'll see what else we got. Cooking here over at our wonderful Fuego. So let's get back over to Fuego, and I stopped it right in its tracks where it was there when it was erupting, but I left it going so we could see that secondary little plume, and there it is, and that is pretty awesome. That was at 1836, but let's back that up a little bit more. We seen the genie come out of the bottle, which was pretty cool. And when we go back, we know it was off-gassing a fair amount, but we also had a lot of cloud and stuff in the way. And I'm not sure how much of this was actually pluming out of the volcano. But there was a lot of ash and dust. This is about 4 p.m. Their time, and if we go back a little bit more on that, it looked like they had some other clouds in there, but we can see about here that there was extra dark stuff going through there, and yeah, these clouds were coming through as well, so some of those, it must have mixed up with the plumes. And it is still, that's Popocatépetl, of course, doing its thing in Mexico. Popocatépetl is about 70 kilometers south of Mexico City, and it is the tallest mountain there in Mexico, so pretty awesome. And let's see, here's another one at 11:26 a.m. Just stepping on the gas here by going ahead 5 seconds at a time to expedite that, and that looks pretty cool. And anyway, we'll kind of go back a little bit more and see what else we can see here if we get back to our golden times in the morning, and that would have been right around here as the sun was rising, 7:16 a.m. and it looked kind of goldish, but nothing too serious. And then it allows us to go back into the night a little bit, and there was at 6:24 a little puff, but we weren't seeing anything major coming out of it, not like what we seen before. Lots of stars in the background. I just want to make sure, yeah, that's as good as it gets on that one quality wise. And if we go back even further into the night, we didn't see anything happening, and that is right to midnight or 1 p.m. Their time. And that is basically, look at the amount of stars you see up there. That's incredible, eh? You know, I live in a light polluted city where I wish I could see stars like that. That is incredible, it really is. And that's, like I say, about 70 kilometers south of Mexico City. So very, very awesome to see that. Anyway, that's it for Popocatépetl. We're going to put that back onto live. That is the present shot, and I do believe that is Venus that is coming up there. And Venus sure looks a lot brighter there than it does here in Alberta. And let's go over to our next one, and that is the Fuego, special shade of volcano gray. and we see that if we go back a little bit, we can see that it was lit up and it was kind of off-gassing. It's very windy there, and you can see the off-gassing going over, and you can see some people there with some lights coming up the hill, but you can also see the camera shaking. So we know it is very, very windy there, and they may have had a hard time getting up that hill. Anyway, we'll get into sunset hour. There's your sunset shot, and that is not bad looking. So I wish we could see more lava coming out, though. A nice plume up top would be good, but like I said, it was very windy there. And if we get in between, it was hit and miss with those clouds zipping by. And there you can see how turbulent they are at 1600 or 4 p.m. Lots of movement in the clouds. So definitely a system going through there causing some of that. And then prior to that, it was in and out of the clouds. And let's see, I know this morning the signal cut a bunch of times for it, and just like that. And that is because of it being quite windy up there, but that looked pretty stable. And well, now it doesn't. And I think they were having a hard time keeping the camera still long enough to keep a solid signal. It may be on a little dish or something, and that dish really gets wiggled around in that wind, since this is fairly tall. That volcano is 12,264 feet, if not a little bit more now, in height. And of course, the camera is mounted somewhere around 10,000 feet on the other mountain beside it, and that is why it's so windy. Anyway, that's what it was looking like. Not bad. Let's take a look at this. This is the next one down the road. Fuego, of course, the one we were just at there, is in Guatemala. This is Masaya, and that's a still shot, of course. And Masaya is in Nicaragua, just to the south. And that was from, what is it, 9 minutes after 8 a.m. And let's take a look at the current picture. And there you go. You can see the lava down in that caldera. Like I keep telling everybody, don't fall in. You don't want to go in there. You'll end up never getting out. And that is a death trap. Anyway, we do have some other info on Fuego. And Fuego, Guatemala, continuing eruptions on Friday, the 20th of January. And that is a beautiful picture. We'll take a look at that so we can see it a little bit better there. And there you go. And it says glowing lava bombs and ballistic trajectory during the eruption of a Fuego volcano in early January. I'm not sure what day that was from, but that is an awesome looking picture. Let's see if we can get that to pop open. No, it won't. Darn it, I was hoping that picture would move for us a little bit so we can see the rest at the top, but actually that's not so far from the top. Looks very, very nice, and I like that. A neat glow, and that is a very interesting shot. And of course, it tells you where Fuego is located. Yeah, you thought it was spectacular. I thought it was as well. And you know, seeing those, the strands, the way the individual strands in this, of course, the shot, they've kept the shutter open for a while as these lava bombs head out of there and make those beautiful arcs, and that is absolutely gorgeous. So very, very neat, and you can see where they roll down the hill, which is really cool too, and super, super awesome shot. and very nice. And thank you, Sue, for sending that one in for us. And of course, that is the location there, and you can see where it is. And of course, this is not the mountain that the camera is on, because we see the side here. The other mountain is over on the other side, and they're looking at this from this direction. So that's our view. And let's see what else we got there. I don't know where that is. What's this in? Blick über die Buch von Milos bin yeah, something. So, my reading is not so good. But that looks beautiful. It's basically a shot overlooking stuff. Gotta love it. Anyway, we'll leave that one there. The next one down the way, of course, is our good friend Villarrica. And Villarrica continues with its intense eruptive activity, shooting 110 meters in the air. This was 5:18 a.m. on the 19th, and that looks pretty awesome. You can see in the side shots here that there was definitely a lot of lava output, and that is very, very cool as well. And we like that. And that is another one of those very photographic shots there. Hopefully they'll be able to get some thinner lava shots out of it as well. And let's see, this is Villarrica, basically a 3D satellite image of Villarrica volcano displaying fresh ash deposits on its west-southwest slopes. And that is from Sentinel-2, that shot. So that would be over here, the ash deposits. And I'm not sure if this is ash as well, but for sure this stuff in here. So looking pretty good. And that is from when is it? January 18th at 23:59 is the time on that photo. And let's see, this one, it doesn't tell me which one this is. You know what that looks like? That actually looks very, very much like RTVE, but I may be wrong. I may be wrong, and it definitely isn't one of the other ones, but it's kind of neat looking. I like that shot. Any more good shots? No, they're back to that one. Okay, so we'll leave those be. Let's go to our next volcano. And that, of course, is, oh, I should take these and make them little again, otherwise I'm going to burn too much power here as far as my processing requirements go. That's why it was stalling a bit. And let's see, no, I want, which one do I want? I want this one. And make that bigger. There we go. And there's the entirety of the screen, but we do have the crop shot that is like this, and that straightens it out a little bit. And if we go back, and this of course is Merapi, and if we go back just a little bit, we can try to take a look and see what this is at 2:26 a.m. We are not seeing any lava come out. And if we back that up a little bit more, we see the moon behind it. That is the moon over there, I believe. And that was, I can't tell what time it is, 6:11. We do see here that there's a little bit of lava on the thermal. And that may be evident in here right away if we back that up a little bit past the glowy part. And no, we can't see it. Too much light in the background, so very difficult to see. It's silhouetted basically. So it might be a Yasur, I'm not sure which one it was. Um, it might have been. But anyway, we do see a lava there. I don't see it in here. It may be that lighter a streak right there, but hard to tell. And let's see if it gets a little darker in this next shot. We do see more lava. Let's keep going. We might be able to see it yet if it gets darker in the background. And we should be able to actually see some lava on there. If we go back a little more, yep, that's darker. We do still see a very hot area. And again, it's kind of looking for it and hunting for it, trying to see it. We see it on the thermal, but we don't see it on the no, and darn, it put itself a cap on top of the volcano. I hate that. Well, I like it, but I hate it. It is what it is. And yep, try to. It had a lenticular cloud built up on top of it, and that is always tough to see anything when it does that. But it does look cool, so very neat. Anyway, that lenticular cloud was much bigger in the earlier times of the wee hours. 23:51, I see there time-wise. So just around midnight, a huge lenticular cloud. You couldn't see a darn thing around it. Anyway, let's go to our next volcano. I'm going to finish this one off real quick, and then I am going to take another break. This is, of course, Mount Ruapehu, and we can actually see it right now. And that is not a bad shot. I'm just looking to see if they zoomed in at any point here, or we can see it a little bit closer up. And no, but it is still a lot clearer than normal, and that is nice to see. And here's without most of those clouds sitting on top of it. We do see some cloud up there though, and I'm wondering if it is off-gassing a little bit, because the rest of the sky looks pretty clear. So kind of going, what's it doing? Well, we don't see it here in this shot, and that is interesting. Yeah, in this one again we have clouds in the way, so unfortunately we can't tell what it's doing. I'm not going to worry about it, and had more clouds earlier on, so not going to worry, and we'll carry on. But that was Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand. Let's go to our other one in New Zealand, and we're going to refresh that map or a chart real quick. This is for Taupo, Taupo, there we go, Taupo. Anyway, there we see the seismic activity in the last 24 hours or so, and not anything really major. We do see a couple little spikes, but nothing that would indicate any kind of a wild activity or an eruption of any type. Let's carry on. Have a quick peek at Taupo. There's the caldera, of course. This is a live shot courtesy of Suncor Hotel and Conference Center in Taupo, and there is the entire lake is the caldera, and that looks pretty cool and awesome. We do like that. If we back that up, we see a little bit more, and you can see Mount Ruapehu in the background. You can see the snow back there. That is Mount Ruapehu right there. So awesome that it's clear enough and that we can see it. And on that friendly note, it is a time for me to take a break. Somebody type something so I can see what time it is on the time clock on my screen. If you type, and then I can at least see the timestamp. That would be a good. Type anything, a smiley face if you like, just to help me out. There we go, 23 or 2003. We got it. Thanks, Kananaskis country. Okay, on that friendly note, I am going to go take another break. We'll put you back over to Hawaii for right now. Throw you back in that caldera. After we get back from the break, we'll have a look at Semenaru, and then we'll go to Japan, and then we will go to oh, maybe Jellystone, and go from there. Anyway, if you are liking the show, please do consider hitting that like button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, do consider subscribing if you're enjoying the show. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, and I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes, something like that. And don't go away. Thanks. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Good to have you all on board. And yeah, I hear some kind of an alarm going off outside. Not sure what the heck is going on out there, but a car beeping. Oh, I see it. A delivery guy forgot to turn his alarm off when he opened the door. I guess that happens to the best of us. Anyway, let's get over to our next volcano. And Sue was tapping her feet in her armchair. And thank you, Sue, for the welcome back. And Kananaskis country. I guess we are losing some people in here. Or maybe they went and took a break as well. And that was a cool little lavanado that we seen down on the bottom left-hand side of the screen there. I wish that camera would have panned over a little bit more, because that was really sparking at first, and I bet you it was a really nice looking little tornado or a lavanado. Anyway, you have an alarm. I have snow removal trucks and in my parking lot. Noisy. Okay. All kinds of noise going on. Anyway, let's get over to our next volcano. And that is, of course, what we're not going to see so well. And that is Semenaru. That darn cloud just got there. I'm going, go away, cloud, go away. And it just kept on coming in. They did restart that stream just a few minutes ago, so a little bit tough to see anything way back, unfortunately, but they did restart the stream, and we'll see how far back we can go. We can only go back about an hour and 5 minutes, roughly, and they weren't zoomed in at the time. There we go. It is a nice looking shot though from there, and let's see, they did zoom in just a little bit after that. Let's go to about here and just forward a little bit. There they zoomed in at the base of the hill or the mountain, and then up to the top, and there you can see the caldera wall, of course, up on the top here. And that is the one that one day that is going to break out and it'll go down the hill. But you can see how much material has gone down the hill in the past. We do see quite a bit of smoke coming from it, and that is interesting looking shot. It is kind of hesitating. I don't know if they had some camera difficulties. It will erupt in a second though. And I'm not sure exactly where, but you'll see it flip. There it goes. So their camera was stuck, or their signal was stuck, and then it jumped forward a few minutes, and we missed a part of what was going on, unfortunately. Hey, good evening, Tetra. Good to see you, and welcome. Glad to have you on board. And yeah, so it was doing its thing as usual, and continuing to off gas and throw out little burps here and there, and really cool to see that. So very nice, and hey, it is what it is. So let's take a look and see if it did anything else in that hour, and or if it just got more clouds in front of it. Oh, and there was another puff right about here, and this one I don't believe stalled. I think we will be able to see the entirety of it. There you can see it coming out, and that is always a little better when we can see the whole event as it happens. So definitely doing its thing and being in an eruptive state. So really quite cool and awesome to be able to see the venting that is going on. And of course there are all kinds of bits involved in that. And not only is it gas, but there's ash in there as well as other goodies like lava and things like that. So you wouldn't want to be too close to the top of that volcano. Of course, it does change directions at points in time as with the wind, but it would be kind of interesting to have a caldera shot camera mounted up in the top somewhere here and looking in. I would love to see that, but that would likely ruin the camera. It being too close to the action, if you know what I'm saying. Anyway, that one happened. Let's see if there were any other puffs coming out of it that we can see in our short period that we had here. And there was another one right about here where we see it pluming up. There you go, right from the caldera itself. You can see some lava bombs there. Not many, but you can see there was a couple in here where you could see the material hitting and creating dust. So we know it threw some stuff out. Pretty awesome to see that. Unfortunately, that cloud did move in the way, and clouds are always bad. They're not a volcano watcher's friend. Clouds go away. And impressive a view. Strata, etc. Thank you, Granzed. I made it myself. Yeah, I'm kidding. It is a nice view, though. And welcome, Granzed. Glad to have you on board. You already missed our wonderful thing about we didn't have anything major going on there in New Zealand, so you're all good for right now. But kia ora to you, my friend, and that is pretty awesome. So let's see if there was anything else in between our cloud puffs. We have seen it puffing a little bit more, but nothing made. Oh, hang on, this one might be a little bit more impressive. There we go. We can see it. And you can watch for some debris falling out in the front, and definitely a little bit bigger than the last one. And there you go. That is very nice to see it billowing out, and definitely worthy of having a peek at. And yep, we do like that. That is awesome. And of course, they are really zoomed in. Hey, Sharon Stewart is here as well. Welcome and glad to have you on board. And volcano puffs. Yep, I'm just in time to see this larger one. And that is nice to be able to see it. Unfortunately, we won't be able to go back in time to see anything else. There you can see some of the debris coming down the hill, raising some dust. So you know that there's material coming out of it, and they're zooming in a little bit so you can see that. And lava bombs and things are going rolling down that hill. And what happened to the camera view? They're trying to keep track of it. The lava bombs are going all the way down, rolling rocks, just like what we showed with our wonderful other one. And we'll maybe show that video one more time as well from Active Nature. And for those who have not yet subscribed to Active Nature, we have his link at kind of right up on the top there of the chat box. So please do subscribe to Active Nature, and it is worthy of doing that. He has some awesome videos. And Michael is basically, he's an Italian, so, or I don't know if he's Italian or Sicilian, but he is out there on Etna quite often and taking photos and so on. And very impressive work from him. Some short videos, but very nice. Anyway, let's leave that be. I think that was the last one that we had in there that was puffing up. And the next one we weren't able to see. They did zoom back out on it. So that was kind of where it was at. And we'll leave that back on live, so I will be able to see that later. Anyway, it did look good, and I liked it. Let's check the, oh, hang on, before we check the other one. It did have some stuff here from volcanodiscovery.com. And Semenaru active, East Java, Indonesia, volcanian activity persists. And yeah, there is a shot. If we click on that, whoop, hang on, back to there. What's there? They show it so skinnily. Let me go, no, let's do it this way. There we go. And we had a much better view from the other stuff. Anyway, let's look at the other thing that they're showing here. And heat radiation of the viscous lava flow emanating from the lava dome as seen in the satellite image on 10th of January from Sentinel-2. So that was from the 10th of January. That is actually a pretty nice flow coming down, and that's exactly what we were just looking at. That I guess we'll call it a crevasse for lack of better words, and that is where it normally flows, and then it goes off to the side here a little bit. So that is pretty impressive from a satellite shot, and we like that. Let's see if they have any other photos. Nope, I don't know. Oh, he's got some ash. Oh, they're probably cooking something underneath there. And oh, that's a lap. They're basically putting coals over top of cooking something. Yummy. And there's that other volcano again. And I'm glad they tell us it's the south crater of something, of one of the volcanoes, but they don't tell us. It says Der Lavasee in Südcrater. But it doesn't give you any other description, and basically what that's saying is the lava sea or lava lake in the South Crater, and translated from German to English, and that's what we've got there. So pretty impressive for Semenaru. Let's could be the South Crater of Eruption, very likely. Anyway, going over to our next one. This is Taal in the Philippines. We do see some off-gassing or smoke, and that is nice, and that it is continuing to do a little bit of smoke work. And this is compliments of Madame Rutza. And that is very nice to be able to see that, and I'm happy as she's got her stream running up a lot more hours than what we were seeing before. For a while there she wasn't doing any live streaming at all, and I'm glad she's got things going again. So very good to see, and she may even have a better camera, I don't know, or maybe even mounted higher, because this looks like it's up on somebody's roof now. So very nice to see that. Anyway, nice shot of Taal volcano, and what Gren says a breach, screen, a slope, yeah, do what we call the collapse area in the cone edge. Hang on, a breach, a screen, a slope. Okay, yeah. What do we call that collapse area in the cone edge? I don't know. I'm calling it a crevasse for the most part. You know, like it really. I don't know what you really want to call it. Anyway, let's go over to our next one, and that is over to our wonderful Sakurajima in Japan. And I want to get on the right screen and make that bigger. There we go. And now I got to get back to the other one and make that one smaller again, wherever it went. There it is, and we will fix that up. All right, so that is pretty cool, and that is, of course, let's go there and get it on the right screen. There we go. We do see it off-gassing, or continuing to. Not seeing if there was, I think, a little bit of a plume here. This is where it started, and we can see some of it coming out. We do see some of our birds there, but you can see some of the stuff in the back. It's pushing up as well. And let's see if we go back a little bit. It's been running pretty steady anyway, so it's very a few points that we see it actually going out. Wow, lots of birds. 7:46 a.m. and busy with the birds. And yeah, let's see if the ice cream boat is there. I want to see if there was a lava glow. Don't see any lava glow in this shot. Wonder if we go back a whole bunch more. That looked like it had a little bit of pluming at 2:48 a.m. If we go to the close-up crater shot, which is this one, and that, of course, current activity right now. But let's see if we can. Oh, I think we had some lava, you guys. So this is worthy. This is definitely worthy of watching. And yes, I know it's a break time, but let's watch this for a second. This looked pretty decent. And you see a little tiny glow, and you're going to see a little bit more of a glow in a few seconds. Let's see if we can, I don't know if we go ahead 5 or 10 seconds. I went too far. Okay, and we'll leave it right there. There we go. This is Sakurajima at 3:07 a.m. And it forced that camera to go into color. It was so bright. So look at that. Lava bombs. Yay! Gotta love lava bombs. And that is awesome. So, yep, worthy of hanging around for, and not going for the break yet. I wouldn't want to miss that. So that was pretty cool. And I like that. The camera flipped back to black and white, and that is gives you a pretty good look at what that is looking like. And yeah, that is awesome, you guys. So a little bit of activity from Sakurajima, 3:07 a.m. It popped their time, of course, on the 21st, which is our future, and we are only on the 20th here. But Grenzed, that's your time. You're in the future, and yeah, that was pretty awesome, pretty impressive, and I like that. So I'm glad I moved this back to that time, and glad we can share that little view. So you guys are seeing it for the first time just as well as me. And we like that. But let's see if we can see it from the other shot. And that stayed lit for quite a bit of time. Those must have been bigger chunks of lava and lava bombs. And that is pretty cool. Glad you made it, Sharon Stewart. Oh, yeah, she's got things to do sometimes. And of course that smoke started heading towards the camera, but let's see if we can see this at 3:07 on the other shot. And I must have skipped right over it, and we'll see though. No, a little bit further. Oh, yeah, let's back that up a little. And going back about 10 seconds, a little bit more here. And okay, I'm actually going to record that. Yeah, that did look fairly impressive. I like it, and that is from afar. You see it a little bit better, so very nice. And yep, 307, 308. We may get like a minute out of it or something like that, recording wise, but that is all right, and definitely worthy of being able to see that. And I think that was a kind of neat, and we'll see if we can. I'm going to write that down though. I'm going to make sure that I record it, and I'm going to actually upload it as a video. So 307 Sakurajima. All right, that was worth a while for having a look, and we do like that. So pretty awesome. All right, let's leave that be, and I'll stop my recording right about there. That's a minute and 30 seconds, but I'll probably use the other file as well. Anyway, is the ice cream boat there? Yes, it is. You can run down and get some ice cream, you guys. So ice cream is available, and go grab some. When we get back from our break, we will maybe do Subanoshijima, and then we'll head over to the other one. I have to go pick up my host from the airport soon. Hope they're not being COVID with, bringing COVID with them from Europe. I'll lurk for a while. All right, no worries, Grenzed, and I am going to take a break. For those good people who are here, yep, you can run down, get that ice cream. The boat is there. It is a beautiful day there in Japan. And on that friendly note, I am hoping that you've hit the like button. And for those, I forgot to stop that recording. Darn it. Yeah, we'll fix that up later. I can still go back a little in time, so all good. I do have the time written down, so it's good. Anyway, for those who haven't hit that like button, yeah, give it a quick shot, and that'll help us out. On that friendly note, I'm going to go take that break. Keep smiling, be good, and I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. And don't go away. Thanks. we're back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Thank you, Sue. Appreciate that. Welcome back. And thanks, Cananescus Country, and Sharon Stewart. I hear you. I figured I'd get that out before you could type it. Oh, that's all right. Good thing you put your mask on, though. That smoke looks pretty terrible. Anyway, quick question. Who dropped their ice cream cone? We see some lights flashing. And welcome, Brian. Glad to have you on board. Yep, there's some lights flashing there down at the dock area. Let's see if we can get that bigger and look at that. Yep, we see the lights flashing, and that is right in there. Somebody must have dropped their ice cream cone. Who had the accident? Hope that wasn't anyone getting run over or anything like that. That is a bad. It's always a bad scene when you drop your ice cream cone in Japan. They call all kinds of emergency equipment to clean it up and see if you're okay. Anyway, hopefully everything is okay for those good people. I just figured we'd have a look. I might have dropped one on when I was bringing back for everyone. Oh, Sue, I hope the hazmat doesn't send you a bill. I can type that in my sleep doc. Okay. Very awesome. Anyway, let's go over to the other one, and that is Suwanosi Jima. And Suwanosi Jima is off-gassing a little bit, and it looks like it's coming from both of its calderas. And there we can see it right there. And that is pretty awesome. And we can see that area there. And from the backside as well. Let's go back a little bit and see how it was faring a little earlier. This is about an hour and a half ago, and it was continuing to smoke. So we'll likely see some higher levels of SO2, and there it is, still smoking at 6:20 a.m. Is that 6:20 or 8:20? That might be 8:20. And if we go back even further, we had some darker clouds in the way that maybe from the other event as well. I'm not sure, but some cloud in there. And if we go back into the nighttime shot, that's approximately 6.5, 7 hours ago, 5:10 a.m. Their time in Japan. I don't see any glow or anything, so if we go back a little bit further to about 8 hours ago, I still don't see any glow. So at least we know it's continuing to off-gas, and that is what we've got there right now, and all good. Yeah, it could have been worse. She could have tripped and lost all the ice cream. That would have been really bad. And hopefully things are okay there, Sue. And thanks for bringing everyone an ice cream. That is very kind. And I'll go without if there's one short though. So not a worry. Anyway, let's take a look at the other shot here. This, of course, is our wonderful. Oh, hang on, it's catching up. There we go. And that is our wonderful Mount Fuji. And Mount Fuji, of course, looking pretty pristine today, with only a few clouds in the way, and nothing too super. If we go back a little further, it was cloudless, and that is a very nice shot. So Mount Fuji in Japan, and that is very nice looking. Okay, let's head over and take a look and see what we've got at Yellowstone. See if they're doing anything. Oh my God, what happened to Yellowstone? It's all fuzzy. We can't see a thing there. I'm trying to straighten out my other cameras here though. and we will leave things where they are for my possible eruption of photos here in a little bit, and I do want to do that when I finish the stream, and we'll see if I can make sure to set that in the right spot. Whoop, a little bit further back, and how about right there? Okay, I'll stop it there. So, okay, yeah, that is a Yellowstone National Park. Unfortunately, the camera has gone fuzzy on us, so we're not seeing too much. Thank you for bringing up that shortcut there, or the link for Jellystone or Yellowstone, either or works. And we do enjoy seeing it during the day. I did watch Old Faithful again today. It was pluming up very nicely, but you know, it is what it is. You can go to this dreamy light circles. Yeah, this is the parking lot. Typically we have a fairly clear shot, but apparently that camera was a little wonky today, and I noticed they were trying to focus it a few times. So alien landing pads, possibly those could be aliens sitting there, a bunch of them. Anyway, that is all good. But they do have the embedded video there. It is a wonderful website, so I do encourage you to go there. If you haven't done that, go during the daytime so you can see things. And actually, while I was looking, and this was probably about 3 o'clock my time, and the herd of buffalo was right over there in the viewing area, and there must have been at least 30 animals there, and I thought that was kind of nice to see, and only about 3 humans, so pretty awesome. Nevertheless, all good. Let's carry on with our show. Our next thing up for our show here will be to take a look at our earthquakes around the world. Now, we did cover a couple of them already, but we're going to go there and do the rest real quick. And we really don't see too much happening. We do see this is a little larger one, 4.3, and what is it? Which spec? CA. If we zoom in on that a little bit and see where that is on the other side. Eureka is right about here, so that is on the other side. We had that big one over here a few weeks ago, and now that one is over on the other side. It is only a 4.3, so that's not that bad, but that is all right. That's Mount Shasta over here, just so you understand where you're at. And Redding is right in here, and that gives you a pretty good idea of what we're looking at. And it wasn't that big of a quake, so we do see another one here, 3.1, and that is pretty close to, what's that close to? I'm not even sure. Let's put it on the street map and see. It's really not close to anything. Yeah, there's San Jose, there's San Francisco, and LA is down here on the bottom. So yeah, right in there. Fresno, I guess, I don't know, it wouldn't have been that big of a deal anyway. It's a fairly small quake, so we're okay with that. Let's put it back here. We do see a few others, little guys, I'm not going to worry about them. Let's slide down here and take a look at what we've got. We got a 4.5 in Chile, and that came in at 1547, 121.5 kilometers down. We did look at this one earlier, and that's a 6.8 there in Argentina, and that is not too close to anything either. It's kind of in no man's land, if you want to call it that, the jungles. So it's probably not that much of a big deal, but I'm sure they would have felt it in this San Miguel and you know, the surrounding areas definitely would have been affected somewhat. But I don't think it would have gone as far as Paraguay or Uruguay, and maybe a bit into the mountains here, but nothing too spectacular. Anyway, let's continue on. We'll take a look and see what else we've got. Zooming over into New Zealand, we don't see anything there. We do have this one here, for 5.4 from a 541, 10 kilometers down Kermadec Ridge. This one out here in Tonga, and that's a 4.9 from yesterday at 2011, 10 kilometers down for him. Then we do see this guy here real close to Luolatok, and that's 4.4, and that happened yesterday at 2040, 539.9 or 540 kilometers down. And then we see a couple more aftershocks where we had that big 7.0 and the Molucca Sea area, and that one was 22.7 kilometers down from a 1049 today. The other one a 4.7, and that is also in that same vicinity, 35 kilometers down at 3:40 a.m. We did see this one out here. They call it Indonesia as well, but that is, I don't know, I guess that's what you call that area. 9.8 kilometers down, and it was from 1:58 a.m. That we seen that one. Zooming out a little bit, we don't see anything in Taiwan. We go up towards Japan. We see a 4.5 right near Honshu. 11:05 was the time on it, and it was 69.6 kilometers down. Then a larger one, a 5.0, that was yesterday's. So this one may have been the aftershock to that, and that was from 22:48 yesterday, 48.8 kilometers down. And let's zoom out and look for other ones. We see this weird one in the middle of Africa, Tanzania, 4.6, and that is weird to see that there. But you know, that they say that could break off either here or here, and we end up with another little continental island breaking off, similar to Madagascar. And Madagascar would have come out of here somewhere many millions of years ago. So this could actually break along here eventually, or here, and we could see part of Ethiopia and Somalia and those places go drifting out to sea, and close to volcanoes in Africa maybe. Well, if we take a look at the volcano map really quick, Sue, and we'll go and take a look, and we don't see it indicated on here. Let's see if we refresh, if it'll show it on here, and let's get rid of the access commercialization, and we'll take a look if we zoom in, and it's actually not too far away from Old Doño, and that is right there. So yeah, this is the area where we think it might break in here, but or it could be in here that we see where that volcano is. But this 50 minutes ago, 4.6 is what they're saying on this map. So yeah, a little bit of a distance away. I'd say that is at least I'm going to take a rough guesstimate, 200 to 220, 230 kilometers away. So not that close, but not that far away either, right? So anything is possible. And let's see, what in Argentina, this one, yeah, let's see what the Argentinian one looked like on well, we'll get to the volcano map in a minute, but I'm kind of curious now too. No, that one's quite a ways away, and that's Lascar, so that is a fair distance, and the other ones are down here, so that is really, this is actually right in, you know, I guess, well, I was calling it a jungle, but it's really a farmland is what they've done with it. So I don't think that is a concern. And, it's kind of odd to see that one there. Anyway, let's finish off this map. And we did go up. We did look at the Kamchatka Peninsula, all that stuff. We'll look at this one, Tajikistan, 4.7 from yesterday, 2046 was the time on it. And then we've got this guy here, 4.2 in Turkey, southwest Turkey. Piggy did not feel this one, so it wasn't anything too major. Cost is over here, and she doesn't usually feel these ones. And this is a Cyprus over here, so anything in this area is kind of blocked for her. So that is what we see there. And we'll zoom that back out. I don't see anything else new other than this guy here near Guadalupe, and we already discussed that. There is another aftershock here in Puerto Rico though, and that is a 4.0, and that's a little bit bigger, and it's telling us we've got some activity of subduction going on. Not sure which is subducting under what here. But it could be the North American plate pushing in underneath the Caribbean plate, if I am correct with that. So that is it for there. Let's take a look in our wonderful Canary Islands. I was trying to think of where the heck we are. Canary Islands, there we are. We've seen this 3.4, that was from yesterday. And that is all good. And looking at it's break time. Yeah, we're gonna just finish this one off. Sue, I know we're kind of running behind a little bit, but that is okay. And 1.8 yesterday's. That's the other one. The new one flashing. That's this guy. 1.9, 23 kilometers down from 112. And we'll see real quick here what we've got happening on La Palma. And let's see, La Palma, 19th, nothing on the 20th. So we're done with looking at our our earthquakes. Volcano map will be up next. And then we'll get into the SO2 and stuff like that. And that is all good. And yeah, it is a break time, so I'm going to put you back onto the live feed from Kilauea. Smoky or not, we've watched the other stuff from this morning long enough, so hopefully this will stay clear enough that we can see what's going on at that vent. And I am going to take a few minutes out, and I will save my voice that way, and I will be back. For those good people who have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting the like button. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed, we do have 2 hours on for the subscriber mode, and that is due to the fact that we've had some tyrants coming in here causing all kinds of problems for us. So hopefully you understand why we have that on, and you'll all be okay with it. Anyway, hit the subscribe button. 2 hours later, you'll be able to chat in our chats, and that'll be okay. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go away, and we've got more to come. Thank you. go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you on board. And yep, the wonderful, what is it? Sea lions were applauding the wonderful swing moves that you had there, Sue. Pretty awesome. And anyway, let's get over to our wonderful SO2 map. Oh, hang on. Yeah, where were we? I think no, not SO2 yet. I want to do one other spot here. And there, that's where I wanted to go. Alaska. And we wanted to have a quick look at what we've got happening in Alaska. And there is a Pavlov today. The clouds dissipated a little bit, so we can see a Pavlov dead center there. Yesterday we had that a big cloud in front of it. So thank you for the welcome backs, Sue and Kananaskis country, and I can hear you from Sharon Stewart. And my voice is starting to not sound so good. So. And let's see, not a very good picture of our other friend there, and that is the Great Sitkins, a little rough looking today. But I figured we'd have a look at those quickly. And let's get over to our SO2 map, and there we are. And looking at what we see, it looks nice up in the northern portions of Canada and a part of Alaska. And British Columbia looks almost completely clean. And we see that even here in the western portions of the U.S. starting to look a lot more like normal. And that is pretty good. Going around, we do still have a lot of SO2 lingering from those places. And again, some of that is the snow that captured some of that SO2 while it was coming down. You know, that's some of it is melting and being released as well. So we don't just have human pollution, we have the stuff that did come from Mauna Loa. And right now what you're seeing though is a little a U or V or whatever from Kilauea. So it's throwing out its 3,500 tons per day as well. Looking at what we see from Popocatépetl, we see more of a plume with Mexico as well. And we see that going into the Gulf once again and getting all the way over to Florida and out into the Atlantic. And we see the other guys here from Central America still spewing into the Pacific. And we know Reventador was busy again doing his thing. And we see that is an increased SO2 level in Ecuador. So that is just something I noticed earlier in the maps. Not so bad in Chile. We look and see a little bit into Argentina, but not that much passing all the way into the Atlantic. We are still seeing quite a bit of SO2 down in the Antarctic. And of course that is due to a snow melt. And the SO2 that was captured in the snow as the snow was falling. It is now that the snow is melting, it's releasing that SO2 back into the atmosphere, and we don't need that. This is from White Isle Volcano. This is from Tafua, and of course Vanuatu. We've got Yasur, and then the other two that are up here. What is it? It's I'll think of the two real quick. And Nevado del Ruz is also off-gassing. Yep, that's true. I should have mentioned that one as well, Sue. Anyway, we'll Gawa, and who's the other one that's here? I'll think of it as soon as I get somewhere else. Anyway, we'll worry about that later. We know that they are off gassing. And Aoba, that's it, Aoba. You didn't quite spell it right, but yeah, it's A-U, A, or A-U-B-A, Aoba, Aoba, something like that. I don't know. A-O-B-A, I think. It's okay. Yeah, that's it. That's it. A-O-B-A, Aoba. And Gawa is the other one. And that's continuing. Same thing in Australia, nothing different. Our friends here in the Papua New Guinea area still doing their thing. Luolatok still putting out a good stream as well. And noticed not so much coming from Ibu and Dakono. So they are behaving a little bit more. And Semenaru and his friends, and Merapi, and of course Krakatau still doing their thing, Jakarta as well. And then not seeing so much from Currency and Merapi, and not Merapi. Merapi is here, Merapi is over here. So that's what's going on there. And a little bit more coming from Taal, from what we understand. So it's continuing to pick up. But the other ones here, Mayon and Bulusan, not quite as much. The rest is human pollution. And China, normal. And what we see here, Taiwan, normal factory stuff. And right in here would be Suwanoshijima, and that red spot right there beside that camera, that's of course Sakurajima. We're seeing more of the red stuff here, higher concentrations from our wonderful, oh boy, I'm starting to lose my mind. I'm getting tired, that's why, near the end of the day. Oh boy, it'll come to me. No, it's not Airbus. I'm gonna have to look at the map. Anyway, yeah, Alade and Ibiko, thank you, Sue. I'm glad you can think. I'm tired. And of course, our stuff coming from the Kamchatka Peninsula. I'm not gonna go for names right now. Too tired. And there we go. We are seeing India doing its thing, and South Africa, of course, gold smelting plants, and Democratic Republic of Congo continuing its thing. Very little coming from Urta Ale, which would be right about here where the hand is. And the other places are, of course, from oil refineries. And that is what we're seeing there. And I'm surprised we're not seeing more coming from Mount Etna. But the rain in this area is washing that stuff out. So that is actually good for them. And we see Europe fairly heavy, and that includes portions of England are getting some SO2. Germany pretty bad. But it looks nice in Iceland, so that is all good. And let's see if we can start our weather map. And I need to refresh that, of course. And we will have a little break after a portion of the weather map, because my voice is not going to be able to do all of it. And we see up in the top, it's not so bad. And well, maybe we'll do this really, really quickly. We'll see, we see the British Columbia's got some really warm temperatures. Same thing with into Alberta. And Irish monk from Paces Sandu with thanks, a young man. That is a very kind of you. And the monkus, Irish monk, and Irish monk. and Monkus. I'm writing a Monkus on here. And thank you very kindly for that, Irish Monk and Monkus. And do appreciate that wonderful super chat. Thank you kindly. And that is very awesome. Saskatchewan, not as warm as Alberta. Manitoba, same as Saskatchewan. Northern Ontario, they still have some stuff going on there. And we see here -1 in Toronto, London -1, Detroit a little warmer at 0. But that circulation that we had here has seemed to move off a little bit, and sliding up Montreal 5. We've got 8 -5, -6, and 8 there in Quebec, and of course northern portions of New Brunswick are starting to get a little cooler again, and we see a little warmer on the bottom end, and looks like a -1 in Halifax, Cole Harbour, about the same. That low, still working on drawing some of that cold air down, but remember we had some warm air sitting over Nova Scotia, and that is they also had some snow there, so that is kind of pulling that warm air through the area a little bit, which is not so bad. And let's go over to the west coast, and Portland making it to 2, and wow, evening temperatures, of course down to 2 in Eugene, and looking at 7 degrees in Sacramento, 8 in there in San Jose. LA only about 9 or 10. Mexicali down here about 11. That cold still creeping down the Baja. Death Valley about 13 degrees, and that's what we're seeing there. Las Vegas about 6 degrees there, and Phoenix about 8 or 9 right now. Tucson a little cooler, and Albuquerque a -3 or 4, a little on the cold side. San Antonio 13, and you got to remember the sun already went down for those guys. 10 in Houston, 11 in Austin, and we see about 9 in Dallas. New Orleans coming in at 15, 14, 15, that's not so bad. Mobile about the same, and looking at, I did see Florida was a lot toastier today, with 28, 29 degrees during the daytime highs. 23 right now in Miami, Jacksonville coming at 13, that's not so bad. Atlanta hitting 8, and that is pretty good. Grandma B's house is about 6 degrees Celsius, so roughly about 41, 42 degrees Fahrenheit, and we've got about 8 there in Virginia Beach, about 4 in New York, and looking at Chile, yeah, compared to yesterday, you had warmer weather yesterday, and what, I love the chill. Okay, 0 in Boston, and let's slide down to Mexico. Like I said, down the Baja, a little cooler, and we see Mazatlan 21, 22 right now. Mexico City about 14, 15. And love sleeping in the chill. Yeah, a little cooler at night is not so bad. And 26 in Acapulco, so still fairly nice. And looks like Cancun still sitting at 24. That's not bad. And I think what we will do is I will take a short break, because my voice is really starting to get to it. We'll do South America after I take that break. Don't go away, you guys, and we'll see what we can do here after the break. So give me a few minutes, and I'll do a short break anyway, and we'll see what we can do. And keep smiling. I'll throw on some music, and I'll be back. Don't go away. Thanks. Okay, and that microphone is back on. Not gonna play the other song because that takes a little more time away. And hey, old Nick, welcome. I'm glad to see you there. And thank you, Sue, for the welcome back. A Sue Lion is the king of lawyers. Oh, that is a punny. A very punny. I like it. And excellent. So let's get back at our weather map and let's do South America. And what they all look the same to me. Anyway, looks like we still have our wonderful heat there in our South African continent, and we do, oh sorry, South American continent. How about that? Africa's over on the other side there. We'll get to it eventually, but looking at the Amazon, they are holding some decent normal temperatures. Still quite warm in some places there in Venezuela and Colombia, and not so bad in Paraguay. Oh, hang on, sorry, that's Bolivia. Paraguay is really holding some heat, 28, 30 in some spots, so pretty awesome. Rio de Janeiro coming in at about 22 degrees right now. Sao Paulo a little cooler at about 19. And Buenos Aires is about 25. We do see some very hot temperatures still in the northern parts of our wonderful Argentinian country there. And home of the monkeys is sitting at 31 degrees Celsius. And that is pretty warm for nighttime temperatures. And hopefully they will get a little cooler there. That is very warm for now. But we see out here in the southeastern portions and along the coast, a little bit more moderate for nighttime temperatures. Buenos Aires 24, like I said, we are seeing some 30-degree stuff there, and that is pretty nice for in the interior. Not quite as hot all the way down to the bottom, but we of Argentina, they are reasonably good there though. Looking at the islands out here, 9-10 degrees, a little bit cooler, some of that cold Arctic air being pumped up onto them. So hang on, I'll think of what place that was. Didn't the U.S. go there and free a bunch of people? I think so. Anyway, we'll go over here and let's see what we have in New Zealand. And New Zealand, not too bad, but also not as warm as yesterday on the South Island. 17 in Christchurch looks not that bad, and we get up to Wellington, 17, 18-ish. The western side, though, fairly warm at 22, 23 degrees. That's not bad. And let's see what some of the other places are. Hastings coming in at about 20, but we get up to Auckland, and they are hitting 23. And I bet you about 24 or so right around Taupo. And Grand Zed's place 23, 24, and not bad temperatures. And looking over here, Hobart in Tasmania, about 18, 19, and fairly nice temperatures for them today. And Leo Carlson going to have about 23 degrees or so there in Melbourne. Looks like Adelaide just on the edge of that heat, and they are about 24, somewhere thereabouts. Sydney about the same, 23, 24. Looks like up here it's cooking, and our poor Oz is out on the beach having a terrible time suntanning. I'm sure it's not bad there right now. We do see the interior, though, still some very high temperatures up in the higher ends of the 30-degree mark there, and getting up to almost 40 in some places. Perth cooking today at about 32, 35, depends on where you hold that hamster. And we see that they've got some good heat in there. Getting back over, looking at Fiji, it's 27, 28. Why do I even check there? It's always 27, 28. New Caledonia, 26, 27, always. And the same thing goes for Vanuatu, always 28, 29. And that's pretty awesome. A little bit, well, I guess about normal there in Papua New Guinea and Indonesia. And the pretty normal stuff. So a little bit warmer here on Java today, 30, 31 in some places, very high temperatures. The other areas about normal. Bangkok coming in at about 28. Well, the map says 26, but I don't know who to believe. And I'll call it 27. How about that? We'll split the difference. And looks like about 29 in Manila today. Not so bad. Southern end of Japan, not quite as warm today. Only about 10, 11 degrees down on the bottom end. And the western side getting a lot more of that cold wind blowing across the Sea of Japan from about here on up. Osaka area, about the line where it is. Tokyo only 7 today and sliding up. Sapporo made it to minus 5 right now, and we see about a minus 16 in the really cold spots. We see that low in here really pushing that, and we see that really a heavy ridge line here. So it's trying to get that cold air out, but it's having a problem with this low throwing a warm air up there. And Kamchatka Peninsula, whoa, minus 34 in some spots. Not so nice for them. And India looks like it's fairly cool today as well. A 9 in Delhi, and Mumbai coming in at about 19, 20, 21. Sri Lanka still pretty normal. They're always at that temperature. And looks like that low messing up stuff here. But the temperature hasn't changed for our wonderful area there in Madagascar. And Cape Town only about 16 today, and that is a little cooler than what it was yesterday, but hey, it's what it is. It's still a nighttime, early morning there, so southern ends of the African continent and central areas looking pretty normal. We get up here in the northern portions, though, of the Sahara Desert. They are looking pretty cold. We have some below zero temperatures up in some of these countries, and that's not so nice for them. Only 8 in Cairo right now, and it looks very cold there in the UAE, down to 13 in some places. They must be freezing to death. And we see that same kind of temperature range from about that 13 all the way up to about 17 there in Oman. A little cooler in Yemen, and the interior areas of Saudi Arabia very cold, and same thing with Iraq and Iran and Syria and those countries. And let's see what we've got there for a piggy. That air is blowing up north, so she'll have some fairly reasonable temperatures. 12 degrees for very early morning is not so bad, and the map says 16, so I don't know who to believe, but somewhere in that proximity. And we see here in Sicily, I see some very cold temperatures up on Mount Etna, likely going to get some more snow. And Randazzo is -1 according to this, and there it says 2. So again, that depends on who we believe, but that is looking not too bad. That's kind of cold though for right now. A 9 in Naples, Rome only a 5 today, and we see Milano at a 0, and our Sardinia a little on the cold side today as well, in mostly mid to a low single digits. Some places even, wow, minus a 2 in some spots. That is a cold for them. And we see Portugal still holding a reasonable amount of temperature. Looks like some portions of Spain are a little bit better. A little cooler than yesterday. And we checked yesterday, it was a 6 there at where our good friend Aurelio lives. And it's a 5 today. We do see the mountains up here. We are seeing some very cold temps, and looks like France has got some cold temperatures as well. A little warmer up here around Paris, and they are up at 2. But we see the nice is only, it's not so nice and nice today, 4 degrees. And the Alps down to some temperatures down in the 20 degree, minus 20 degree mark. Minus 3 in Munich, and we are seeing about a minus 3 in Frankfurt, minus 1 in Cologne, Yvonne Kunkel's house minus 2, and we see Amsterdam about a 0 right now, and going up, Berlin minus 1, Hamburg a 0, and Copenhagen coming in at a 1 degree. And looking at Oslo, they're a very cold 12 right now. That high sitting on here, making it colder, keeping that cold air in. Stockholm at 0, St. Petersburg at minus 3, Moscow is minus 3 as well. And Moscow can easily get down to minus 40 below. So 2 in London, and it looks like a little cooler in Wales with some negative temperatures, and seeing up in the northern portions here, minus 1 in Leeds, Glasgow minus 1, and actually it looks a little warmer up in the northern portions of Scotland. And the home of Irish Monk, there he is waving at us, and he's got about 7 or 8 degrees right now. That is all good. 10 in Doolin. That is a barbecue time for sure. And that is awesome. And we see a 6 in Dublin, depending on how good that map is. Reykjavik, 5 degrees. And look at that warm air streaming up there. And that is absolutely gorgeous to see. And they were getting a rain, and it says a 6 on the map, but 5, 6, that doesn't bode as bad as that minus 5 or 6 that they were seeing before, if not colder. So we'll see a lot of water flowing pretty quick with all that ice melting and the snow melting. Let's get some precipitation in here. Looking at the west coast of Canada and up into Alaska, we see that low sitting there just churning away, and it is giving water to a lot of those places, and snow. And of course, like I mentioned before here, Queen Charlotte Islands, definitely a rainforest. So yeah, they don't measure it in inches, they measure it in feet, and they are very big feet, Sasquatch size. And some ice rain up in northern British Columbia, getting into Alberta as well. Looks like the rest of Alberta looks clear for right now. And we see a little bit of snow in northern Ontario, and a little bit into Manitoba, and some more lake effect snow. And those poor people in Buffalo getting nailed again with some. And Cleveland getting snow. Pittsburgh getting snow. And that is a mess. Boston getting snow. And oh my God, Sue, are you surviving? What are you getting snow right now, Sue? What Let England freeze. They'll be okay. And looks like somewhere in the middle here I seen 4 centimeters of snow, and just about yes, snowing. Okay, and there we go. So weather report is accurate. Looks like the western portions of the United States have dried out a little bit, and we do still see Colorado has some snow happening as well. That is pretty normal for there. And looks like down here in the coast along the Gulf, Texas is getting a little bit of rain there, and some rain in Mississippi and Louisiana. Not that much. We do see a storm out here in the Gulf, but not that bad, and it looks not so bad there in Florida or the west or east coast, for example. Grandma B has got cooler air, but no rain or anything like that. And it's not till you get up to about New York where that lake effect stuff is happening. Boston getting nailed with more snow. And looks like most of Mexico is pretty dry right now. Few patches in Central America. There is some rainforest stuff in there, so to be expected. And we see Brazil, and looks like some of the smaller countries here, Guyana, French Guiana, and those areas are getting nailed with some stuff, as well as we've got here in Ecuador, and of course Peru, and those places are getting some rain. And then here in Brazil, more rain, and some rain in Argentina. Even in those hot areas, they're getting some rain. And yes, the Moncus will be getting rained upon, not very hard, but a little bit of rain for the Moncus. And it looks like Buenos Aires just on the edge of the big rainstorm that is in there. And looks like they're really getting nailed in this portion. But 'tis the season, and down here a little bit more in the bottom of Argentina, not that bad though. And sliding over to New Zealand, no rain today, and they are good. Tasmania is looking good. We do see some muchly needed rain in the interior of Australia here, and this is the breadbasket, of course. Nice to see that they are getting some rain showers. Up in those hot areas, they do have some rain coming there as well. And it looks like they've got some stormy stuff. New Caledonia is getting nailed. And doesn't look too bad. A little bit in Fiji, some storms as well. Tonga probably getting a tad bit of rain. Moving along, Papua New Guinea, some rain there. And of course, rainy season in Indonesia, Malaysia, and those areas. So they're all getting nailed. And that includes the Philippines, of course. Looks like northern portions of Taiwan getting some. And some snow, as I was mentioning, with that cold blast coming across the Sea of Japan. We are seeing a lot of rain and snow mix in those areas. It looks like Sapura getting another centimeter and a half of snow every 3 hours. And we see Kamchatka Peninsula, some snow there as well. And India, not too bad. A little bit in Sri Lanka. Madagascar, that low still sitting there, storming them up. It's a rainy season, and they are getting it. And of course, the jungles of Africa getting some rain, making those lakes that dried out during the summer get some more rain. And we are seeing no rain in the upper portions of Africa. Little spot here in Saudi Arabia. The rest is dry. Fog in Iraq. And we see this mess. And that low, of course, everything here in Greece and going up into Albania, those places, and most of Italy getting nailed, and possibly some more stuff along the coast of um, our Sicily, and then of course Sardinia, and his buddy there getting nailed. Up in the northern portions of Spain, they are still getting some rain, but looks like Portugal and the most of Spain not so bad. Some snow in the interior of France, a little bit less snow in the Alps than we seen before. Looks like that weather system has moved a little further to the east. Germany, for the most part, is dry. Little bit of stuff coming in there, not so bad. Same thing goes for what we're seeing here in Holland and Belgium and Luxembourg, and even up here in Denmark looks a lot better. Bottom end of Norway and Sweden, and not bad. Some fog though, and same thing with Finland up in the northern portions, and the coastal areas of Norway, of course, always getting nailed. We see there in Finland more snow and lots of rain happening in Iceland. And 'tis the rainy season. It's winter, and yeah, they've got. I'm surprised that with that warmer air, they're getting rain instead of snow. So that is pretty much it for our precipitation. So that is not so bad. Most places are faring well. Let's go back to temperatures. We'll find these cold temperatures around the world. And let's see what we got. Already hit minus 44, minus 45. I seen there in Antarctica, minus 45. That is Chile, and that is very cold for those guys. And well, it's summertime, and the penguins will be okay though. That's not that bad. Oh, I seen a 46 in here. Where is it? Let's try that again. Minus 46. Where are you? I seen you. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Oh, I seen you again. You're in here somewhere. I seen it. It popped up there just for a second. It went to that and right back to a minus 45. So I know it's a minus 46 is the cold spot. Just got to find it again. I seen it easier when I was further out. So where the heck did you go? Let's scan back across here. I seen it, I seen it, I know it's here. Oh, there was another one. Right there. Minus 46. Where'd you go? There you are. A minus 46. I got one there. So Antarctic minus 46. Alex France. Hey, I'm glad you're here. What's going on? Live at 4 a.m. Doc sleeps patterns like me, like mine. Alex, I need a special favor from you. Tomorrow or like during the day when you get up, can you go down on the peninsula and can you go kick the Grindavik sensor? It's been offline for a while. It needs somebody to give it a kick. The Grindavik seismic sensor, it's gone wonky. It's hasn't reported for a while. Somebody needs to go just give it a good kick, and you know where it is, don't you? Just look on the map. We can give you directions if you need them. Anyway, there I got my minus 46 there. Let's take a look at how cold it is in Greenland, which is really never green. It's always white. and we see some cold temperatures there. And yeah, welcome, Alex. I'm glad to have you on board. We're just about done with the stream, and I see a minus of 56. Let's see if we can find something, maybe a 57 here somewhere, and might be a gentle tap if it's okay. I'm still broken. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I understand that. You take it easy there, my friend, and don't hurt yourself any more than you need to. And you don't need to hurt yourself at all, really. I'm only seeing a minus 56 there in Greenland. So I will go with that. And I don't see anything colder. A minus 56. I'm not even seeing that anymore. What happened to it? Where'd you go? A minus 56. All right, but we seen that, and there's a 53, 2, 3, and there's the 4. There's a 55, and there's a minus 56. Scanning. Oh, I see a minus 57, and do we hear minus 58? No, a minus 57, and minus 57 is what I seen pop up there. So, okay, I'm going to say a minus 57 for Greenland, and yep, and let's go to the Canadian Arctic. And of course we will find some cold temps there that are silly cold, and we see a minus 47, 48 right there. Let's see if we can find something colder. Not there, not, oh, a 47 again, a 48. Yeah, minus a 49. Minus a 50. Minus a 51. Okay, we're at minus a 51, and looking for colder places. Minus a 47, no. 48. 45, 46, no, 47 again, 50, we have seen a minus 51 seems to be the coldest so far. What about over here? Almost tropical, and whoa, minus 48, a couple of cold spots there. Well, we did see a minus 51. There's another minus 51, minus 52. And do we see anything colder than a minus 52? All right. What if we zoom in on that area? Do we see anything colder? No, I don't see anything colder. Minus 52 is about the coldest I see there. So, what if we double check over here? Minus, no, that's warm. Warm. I like cold. Well, no, I don't like cold, but I'm liking colder temperatures to show up. Minus 52 for the Arctic so far, and let's see what we've got. Minus 52 so far. Let's pick some of the other islands, though. We do have some colder places to look at, and we know that the temperatures get very, very cold up here. 48, 47, no. What about up in this area? 46, 49. Tough to find these, but so far we've got a minus of 52 as our low in our wonderful Canadian Arctic. And let's see, I know that's getting warmer again. What about over here? Minus 50, no, 50, 52. Let's see if we zoom in. Minus 50, 52. Do we have a 53? No. I think that's all I can do is a minus 52 in our Canadian Arctic. That other one is a Greenland already, so that would be cheating. And what's a minus 46 over here? Yeah, I'm going to go with a minus 52 for our Canadian Arctic. And we will see what we've got up in the really cold areas in Siberia. And let's see if we can find something a little cooler. Already I found minus 53, and that didn't take long. And that is right in here somewhere. And what we got? Minus 55. And let's see. Minus 55 so far. Oh, I seen a minus 56. And a minus 55. Let's see, a minus 50 all the way along, minus 49. Usually it's really cold along these little guys here, but not so bad today from the looks of it. So so far we're at a minus 55 for our cold there, and we'll see if we can get a little colder if we go further up north. Minus 40, if that's not cold enough. Minus 55, 48, 49, 51, 53 in there. Ha! Where'd you go? Minus 50. There's that high. That should be keeping it nice and chilly. Minus 51, 52, 53 again, and let's see, yeah, it looks like I'm stuck with a minus 53 for the most part. What was that? 51. No, that's all I'm finding today, a minus 53. What about over here? No. Oh, I see a minus 54 in here. 56. Now we're cooking. Well, we're not cooking, but minus 58, minus 59. All right. I think I'll grab that minus 59 and call it. And so minus 59 for the coldest temp that I could see there. And I don't know what Sue has got, but I'm sure she's chilled me right out. Yeah. Yeah. I think that is about where we're going to stop, a minus 59 degrees Fahrenheit or Celsius. That is just a plumb too low, really it is. minus, it seems to be right in here, minus 59 again. And I don't see anything colder. So let me call it a minus 59. And oh boy, Sue wins the cold again. How come? What did she have? A dog finds, yeah, that's right. That's what I got. What did Sue get? I'm curious. I wasn't looking at the chat if she posted it already. That is horribly cold if she's got colder temperatures. And we've got 2 bunnies eating right now. So, she found a minus 61. And she beat me in Greenland by a degree. We matched in the Antarctic. She beat me in the Arctic by 6 degrees. Holy Batman. All right. Okay, Sue, I see you win. Oh, that is too cold for me. And yeah, you win today. The only place that we tied was the Antarctic temperatures. Let's since that is so cold, let's go warm up here and get some lava back on the screen. Like I said, we've got 2 bunnies eating right now, so that is awesome. Anyway, let's get that back on there. I want to actually move that back because we want to see if we go on the live and see if it's showing. We got the bigger activity going on there, and looks like a little bit bigger plumes coming up. I'll leave it on live for right now for there, and that is excellent, and I'm going to wrap it up here, you guys. So thank you very kindly, everyone, for being here on a wonderful Friday night. I know we ran late. I see we are at 96 likes. If there's anyone else that hasn't hit that like button, we want to try to push that over 100. So if anyone is left, that would be great. And Sue is going to do a air flight airdrop for these poor animals. We got mammoths and reindeer and polar bears and seals and penguins to feed, and that is awesome. And yeah, I guess I'm a second place again. A big thank you to everyone in here. I really do appreciate all of you coming in. And of course, I want to say a big thank you to Irish Monk for his wonderful gifting of 5 memberships, and also the 2 wonderful super chats. And also thank you Kevin Haynes for gifting that 1 membership. That is very kind. And do appreciate that wonderful support, you guys. You guys are awesome. And yeah, I guess I'm a second place again. Second fiddle all the time. I guess that is the way it works. And congratulations, Sue. And that is all awesome. Thanks, Sharon, for helping out with that. Very kind of you. And on that friendly note, it is a time for me to go rest my voice. I actually got to zip over to the store and get something there yet, but that is really cool and awesome, and that it's been a good stream. I went through a lot of stuff today, very interesting things, and of course we really did enjoy that wonderful video from our good friend there, Michael in Sicily. And let's see if we can run that one more time. Since it's a short video, I'm going to let that run one more time, and you guys can watch that for a second. And of course, that is Active Nature. We do have the link up in the top of the chat box. So if you haven't subscribed to Active Nature yet, please do go over there and subscribe. He's a wonderful person. He does some lovely work up on Mount Etna, as you can see, and that is really super. And I appreciate every one of you being here today, and very kind of you to partake. And I'm glad we had a stream without the troublemakers in here, and that is all awesome. So on those friendly notes, please stay kind, stay careful, and most of all, I should thank my moderators first: Arizona Snowman, Piggy, C&D Boy, Gary 24/7 Live, he's at Skies, and Joseph Fields, Texas, and Lucas Snow, and any of the other ones that might have been in the background as well. Thank you, mods. Appreciate all of you. And of course, we do have the chat set to I'm gonna change that back to the 1 minute thing right now before I forget, and that way we can save that. It'll show up as a 1 minute thing for tomorrow, and we'll leave it as that. Thank you kindly, everyone, again for being here. Thanks for the support. Thank you to all the lavaliers. Thank you to the entire lava family. You guys are awesome. And on those friendly notes, like I say, if you haven't subscribed to Active Nature, please give that channel a quick bop, and of course tell them that you've been over here and seen this, and that would be awesome. Okay, time for me to wrap it up the rest of the way. So be good, be kind, and like I said, take care of yourselves. And we'll see everyone tomorrow. Tomorrow is Saturday, of course, so the stream starts early, and please let's not forget that. Grandma B, it's Saturday tomorrow. It starts early. And anyway, that is all I've got. So good night, everyone, and thank you for being a part of our show once again. I appreciate each and every one of you. And let's, those bunnies, I just booked it out of there. I must have been something going by. Anyway, we'll see everybody tomorrow. Good night, Sue. Good night, Sharon. Good night, Irish Monk. Good night, Bob. Good night, John Boy. John's already gone to sleep. And good night, old Nick, and whoever else is still left. You guys take it easy, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Please make sure you tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Good night, and oink oink.
This is what your dishwasher looks like after